habang binubulay ko ang iyong mga salita, habang minamasdan ko mga gawa mong kahanga-hanga. Ganda ng araw sa umaga at sa gabi may ningning ng mga tala. Lahat ng to'y iyong ginawa, lahat ng to'y iyong nilikhang parang ulan na di tumitigil, tulad ko rin na di pa pipigil. Ito ay dahil nalaman kong masayang maglingkod sa iyo, Panginoon. Masayang maglingkod sa iyo, Panginoon. Di ko maisip, di ko mabilang ang iyong pag-ibig, oh Jesus. Mga ibon ay nag-aawitan ng pasasalamat, tulad ng ligaya na itinanim mo sa puso ko. Araw-araw ay lumalago, dindidilig ng biyaya mo, biyaya mong di nagkukulang, umaapaw sa kasaganaan parang ulan na di tumitigil, tulad ko rin na di pa pipigil. Ito ay dahil nalaman kong masayang maglingkod sa iyo, Panginoon. Masayang maglingkod sa iyo, Panginoon. Di ko maisip, di ko mabilang iyong pag-ibig, oh Jesus. Parang ulan na di tumitigil, tulad ko rin na di pa pipigil. Ito ay dahil nalaman kong parang ulan na di tumitigil, tulad ko rin na di pa pipigil. Ito ay dahil nalaman kong masayang maglingkod sa iyo, Panginoon. 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 Okay, sayang maglingkod sa iyo, Panginoon. Oh Diyos,
prescription. Your unfailing love guides me when I pray. You're the God that girdeth me. With your strength you comfort me. You'll be my sanctuary, who made a perfect way. If we hold on and walk upon your words, your will be done as you promised until the end of time. My Savior, Redeemer, the great deliverer to me, you alone will always be. At the cross you died for me. I'll sing hallelujah to glorify your name forever. Faithful and awesome God, be exalted all the earth. If we hold on and walk upon your words, your will be done as you promised until the end of time. My Savior, Redeemer, the great deliverer to me, you alone will always be. At the cross you died for me. I'll sing hallelujah to glorify your name forever. Faithful and awesome God, be exalted all the earth. My Savior, Redeemer, the great deliverer to me, you alone will always be. At the cross you died for me. I'll sing hallelujah to glorify your name forever. Faithful and awesome God, be exalted all the earth. Faithful and awesome God, faithful and awesome God. Lord, be my sanctuary. Lord, be my sanctuary. Lord, be my sanctuary. Jesus, oh sweet Jesus, how beautiful is your name. You are the beginning, the Word that became flesh. Jesus, oh sweet Jesus, your love's an ocean wide. You stepped down from your
na makapangyarihan sa lahat. Tayo ay sama-sama maglilingkod sa kaniyang kalwalhatian magpakailanman. Sigaw mo ng mailakas, salita ng Diyos hindi lilipat. Langit na kaniyang pangako, tayo'y tagapagmana. Sa langit, tayo'y sama-sama, sama-samang maglilingkod sa dakilang Diyos na may likha. Sa langit, wala nang kahirapan, sama-samang maglalakad sa kunti at gintong daan. Ihin ang pangalan ng Diyos na makapangyarihan sa lahat. Tayo ay sama-sama maglilingkod sa kaniyang kalwalhatian magpakailanman. Isigaw mo ng mailakas, salita ng Diyos hindi lilipas. Langit na kaniyang pangako, tayo'y tagapagmana. Sa langit, tayo'y sama-sama, sama-samang maglilingkod sa dakilang Diyos na may likha. Sa langit, wala nang kahirapan, sama-samang maglalakad sa lunti at gintong daan. Sa langit, tayo'y sama-sama, sama-sama maglilingkod sa dakilang Diyos na may likha. Sa langit, wala nang kahirapan, sama-sama maglalakad sa lunti at gintong daan. Oh, 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 for the moment we're together as we offer all praises to you. In this moment we are sheltered by His mercies, comforts and endures. We have come to worship, to give glory to you. Holiness and service is what we offer to you, God. Hold on to your promise, and our heart sets on you. offer to you, God. Hold on to your promise, and our hearts sets on you. Yeah, soon you'll be back. Soon you'll be back. Soon you'll be back.
Our speaker celebrates his 2 decades in DepEd this year, the sector he serves more than half of his life. From classroom teacher to supervisor, and now as Assistant Schools Division Superintendent. Within these years, he has served in various capacities as resource person, speaker, system engineer, coach, and mentor. He also has written several textbooks, some of which are used in private schools, including MCA. As an educator, he is a constant learner. That's why he has not failed to pursue learning here and abroad. He was an international scholar twice, first as grantee of Monbusho International Training Program for 18 months in Japan, and as ADB Scholar for Masters in International Development for 2 years, both in Nagoya University. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, one of DepEd Assistant Superintendents, Sir Freddy Avendaño.
Good morning! Welcome to this Kwentuhan series. Una po sa lahat, nagpapasalamat tayo sa Panginoon for all the provisions and protection in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. Tayo rin po ay bumabati, marugdog ang ating pong taus-pusong pagbati sa mahal na sugong apostol at sa mahal na evangelist Dr. Let Feriol na siya rin pong tagapanguna ng EDCOM at tumatayong overall director ng NCLC-MCA system. Sa lahat po ng members ng EDCOM, sa lahat po ng chapter administrators, sa lahat po ng babae at lalaki na bumubuo sa Education Ministry of the Church, good morning. Thank you for joining me in this Kwentuhan session. Ito po ay isang simpleng conversation at alam ko po ay may mapupulot o sana po ay may mapulot po kayo sa ating pong pakikipagtalastasan. I may not be seeing each one of you, but later on I understand I will be joining you in a live forum so that I will be able to address your questions, queries on my personal capacity and as an official of the Department of Education, to some extent re-echo the position of the Department of Education. Muli po, itrato natin na ito ay isang kwentuhan lamang para baga noong unang panahon kayo nakikinig ng radyo habang kayo ay may iba pong ginagawa. Para naman po hindi kayo maboard, please while listening, we are inviting each one of you to write down your comments. And if you have questions in mind, firstly, have an open mind and heart to listen first. Probably we will be able to address along the way your queries, but in case we fail to address your questions, please feel free to write in the chat box so that we can gather all the questions and answer them during the open forum. I was tasked this morning to talk about the learning continuity plan of the NCLC-MCA system. It's good that I was given the opportunity to be with the EDCOM members, facilitated and spearheaded by no less than the directress herself, a series of discussion as to how can we possibly remain in operation despite the difficult situation. LCP is actually the Learning Delivery Plan in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. Alam naman po natin, malaki ang naging epekto ng COVID-19 sa buhay natin sa maraming aspeto ng ating pamumuhay. It started as a health threat, pero ngayon po ito na rin po ay banta sa pangkabuhayan ng mga mamamayan. Ito rin po ay nakaapekto sa maraming aspeto ng ating pamumuhay, and education is not an exemption. And this is the reason why we are planning, or we have planned and we are continuously planning so that we will be able to carry on. May mga kabataan, may mga magulang na sa atin ay umaasa and they want their children to be productive, and for that reason, we need to plan for them. Dapat tayo magplano para matuloy po ang pag-aaral, ang pagkatuto ng mga bata sa kabila ng mahirap na ating sitwasyon. And in this planning session, or in the planning series that we are conducting, we are always reminded that we just plan and we entrust the plan, as mentioned in the slide in Proverbs 16:3. Though we are planning, we entrust everything to God because it is God who will decide whether plans of human will be carried out or not. Ang session pong ito ay bubuin ng bali 4 na bahagi. As I mentioned earlier, tayo po ay nasa isang bagong sitwasyon. Tayo po ay nasa isang sitwasyon na hindi pa nangyari kailanman o matagal na ang sinundang pangyayari. Ayon sa kasaysayan, in every 100 years nagkakaroon ng malaking pandemya sa kasaysayan ng tao. And we are unfortunate that it happened during our lifetime. Marami pong binago ang COVID-19 pandemic. Binago po nito ang malaking bahagdan ng konteksto ng ating lipunang ginagalawan. Kumbaga tayong mga naglilingkod sa paaralan, tayo na mahusay na o pinahusay na ng panahon, ay biglang naging mga bagito, mga novice, mga newbies sa panahong ito. The game has changed. Therefore, the rules of the game have changed. And for us to understand the different rules of the game, we have to understand the education context and the policy direction. Since the terrain has changed, the landscape of education has changed, rules keep on changing, and it is a must for the admin, for any admin, to understand the rules in order for them to be effective to carry on the mandate, to carry on the expectation, which is to proceed with learning despite the difficult situation. So after knowing the rules, we will proceed with the next segment of this kwentuhan by understanding or firstly communicating the game plan to you as an administrator. It was conceived for you by the policy making body or entity of the NCLC-MCA system, the EDCOM, and it has crafted the significant and scientific way to address responsibly or to address appropriately in this situation. Kaya po this is our attempt to communicate the game plan. And in turn, when you go back to your respective station, I know you are actually in your respective station, we will identify what will be your duties. And after this, we will tackle a little bit about the next steps. Like I mentioned earlier, planning, we have started planning, we are still planning, and we will continue planning. We will find out why. That's why it is important after this session, let's not be contented. I know many of you are already attending various webinars in order for you to understand and to cope up with the new situation. And that's a good attitude. After knowing and communicating the first installment of the plan and the things that we need to learn in order to be one with the NCLC-MCA system, there are several steps await us. And this is the reason why we have a next step as a segment in this session. Gayon din po, siguro, I am most excited in this portion. I think and I believe I will be coming back to join you in a live forum. At least makikita at maririnig ko na po kayo. Unlike now, it is me who is actually talking in front of the screen. Mahirap makipagkwentuhan po sa harap lamang ng iyong laptop o camera. But I know this is the will of the Lord. It is providential. At alam ko po, inyo pong papakinggan ang ating munting pagsasama-sama at sana may mapulot po kayo. At gayon din po sa inyong mga katanungan or sharing ay may mapulot din po kami. Alam po natin sa panahong ito, lahat tayo ay bago. Nobody can claim that he is an expert. With this new setting, as I label it, in this new game, the rules are new. Hence, no one can claim complete knowledge of the rules of the game. And this is the reason why we need to interact, to converse more. Dapat tayo mag-usap, dapat tayo magkwentuhan. Nang sa gayon, higit po nating maunawaan ang ating kontekstong ginagalawan. Alam naman natin, you can see in this slide, this is a short intro of what is the characteristic of our society. Long before the COVID, naririnig na po natin yung salitang VUCA. I'm sure in one seminar or in another, you have heard the word VUCA. This is an acronym that stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. That is the characteristic, or these are the characteristics of the society that we are in, especially in the 21st century. And COVID-19 has highlighted these characteristics of the society, of the world that we are currently living in. Volatile means there are huge and drastic changes. Changes happen. And these changes happen drastically. What is applicable this time may not be applicable tomorrow. What was applicable yesterday may not be applicable or true today. Ganun po ang mga pagbabagong ating kinaharap. Halimbawa po, for many centuries, sa marami pong taon o daang taon, the transfer of knowledge to the next generation is lodged before the school system. Kumbaga ang pagkatuto po ay hindi lamang siguro mas maaga pa kaysa sa 15th century. Napakahabang panahon na po, daang taon na po, kung di man libong taon, na ang pagkatuto ay nasa mga paaralan. Pero dahil nga sa ganitong sitwasyon, just few months back, we were compelled to stop the operation of the school. And this year, we are confronted with a huge issue, with the most significant issue at hand, whether the school will continue to operate or not. Katunayan, tayo po ay nasa kalagitnaan na ng June, pero nananatiling sarado ang maraming mga paaralan, lalo tigit ang public school system. Sa maraming daang taon, ito ang inasahan natin, pero ngayon, we seem to be indecisive, we seem to be doubtful whether we will proceed. And this is because we are in a volatile context. The context is also uncertain. We do not know what will happen next. We do not know whether we will be in GCQ or ECQ or modified in between, modified ECQ, or in a better off situation, modified GCQ. There are various interpretations. There are conflicting interpretations. Although the DepEd is consistent in saying learning or education must continue, but you can also hear the President expressing some doubts whether the Philippine society is ready for the alternative delivery of learning for this school year. But let me put that in right context. It has been decided already. In principle, the President has expressed his support for the opening of classes so long. We will explain later the different conditions. What else? This society is complex. Napakahirap na po. Ano bang sinabi? Complex is the opposite of easy. It's already complicated. Halimbawa po, dati pag may gusto tayo bilhin, gusto tayong magkaroon, what we need to do is just to check our pocket, to check whether our wallet has enough money to acquire and to buy things that we want. Pero ngayon, kahit may pera ka, hindi po ubra na ikaw ay pumunta sa mall. Malls are closed basically, and they were just open under the GCQ. Una po sa lahat, gaya ng sinabi ko, the pandemic has affected so many facets of life. Kasama na po ang ating pangkabuhayan. Una sa lahat, mas mahirap ng kumita ng pera. Many were unemployed because of the quarantine, because of the risk brought by COVID-19. Pangalawa, even if you have money on your wallet, it's not easy to buy and acquire something that you like. Malls are basically regulated. Ngayon naman po, hindi lang basta ikaw ay lalabas. You cannot just go out, especially depending on the quarantine category of your community or barangay. Kahit may pera ka, hindi ka pwedeng basta bumili. You need a quarantine pass. Kaya you have to settle with the other modality in order to buy. Mga online orders, kaya nauso po ang Food Panda, ang GrabFood, at marami pa pong iba. And in many transactions, even you have money, for that matter, cash. Cash seems to be inapplicable in some contexts. Marami po nagdi-deliver, ayaw nila ng COD, gusto nila bayad agad. That's why it gives rise to the use of GCash, Paymaya, and alike. Kumbaga yung mga dating bagay na madali na ay naging komplikado. Bakit? Kasi nga we are living, no? We have to understand as an administrator, we need to understand that our society is complex and it is ambiguous. There's no single interpretation on one thing. Many are saying we are on the first wave, others are saying we are on the second wave. Many are saying some are saying cases are decreasing, but many are claiming it is not actually decreasing, but it keeps on increasing. Things really is characterized by the combination of these concepts. Ganyan po yung ating lipunang ginagalawan. Kaya bilang administrador, no, on the left you would see, but I will not dwell so much on this because it would eat up most of our time. This is actually subject matter for one seminar, or not just one session, but one seminar. It requires certain capacity, certain competencies from the administrator in order to be relevant and effective in these hard and trying times. I'm not sure whether Kong Kate will be the first speaker or a speaker ahead of me or will speak after me. She will be talking about the 5 C's. It is important that the 5 C's be possessed first and foremost by this school administrator. To be followed, of course, in principle of teaching, you cannot give what you do not have. After making the 5 C's present among the school administrator, all the teachers should also have these 5 C's, which is also the bottom line. I will talk about this later. The main intention of the LCP, to equip our learners with relevant learning that will highlight the 5 C's. But for us to be able to do that, to carry out such expectation, as I mentioned, it is important that we know and understand the education context. Para po maunawaan natin ang konteksto ng ating sektor, dapat maunawaan natin ang tatlong bagay. Una, ano ba ang sinasabi ng pamahalaan? That's why in the diagram, you can see the education context in the midst of COVID-19 can be best understood if we will be clarified and we will be knowledgeable of the government context. What is the direction? What is the plan of the government? So that we will be enlightened, we will be guided with our own plan. And this plan of ours is not ours alone to consume. This is something that we need to communicate to the community or vice versa. Aside from what the government is saying, it is also important that we understand our respective context, the community context, so that we will be able to respond to the demands, not just of the government, but the demands of the very clientele that we serve. Ang sabi po rito ng ating Pangulo, hindi siya papayag na walang bakuna para buksan ang mga paaralan. Ang sabi naman po ng kagawaran sa pamamagitan ng Secretary Liling Briones, education must continue. In early May, she has made her pronouncement clear that opening of classes should happen, or opening of schools, but not necessarily face-to-face. In the next succeeding slide, we will expound on what education must continue according to the dear Secretary. Let me just emphasize, as I mentioned, we have to understand what is the government overall direction. We know that we operate according to the principle of we heal as one. This is the guiding principle that first and foremost in all the decision making, it should be the health and protection of the entire society that should be given highest priority. It is also accompanied by a legislation called Bayanihan Act, granting the President with an enormous power The president has been entrusted by no less than the Philippine Congress with enormous power, the so-called special power during national health emergency situation, where he can make a decision, drastic actions in the name of health promotion and protection. He can basically overturn the decision by the department, even by the DepEd. Although DepEd is part of the IATF, there are several department secretaries and agencies part of the IATF, but their power, their mandate is limited to mere recommendatory. It is the president who will make the final decision according to the Bayanihan Act. And for this matter, since things is really volatile, we do not know what will happen or what would be the changes because things are also uncertain. It is important that in planning, we will be cautious and we will be following the government plan. Our plan is dependent on government plan since institutions like ours, like the NCLC, MCA entity, are subject to regulations. Further, in that context, what should be our plan for the school year 2020-2021? The department is very clear. What the law prescribes must happen. The pronouncement of the Secretary is based on the constitutional mandate that the Department of Education is in charge in providing quality education for the Filipinos. And there is a specific law, namely Republic Act number 7797. In order for that to happen, there must be a school system that should open from first Monday of June until the last day of August. That's the opening date prescribed by law. Since the constitutional mandate is clear and there's a specific law that tells this, it is the reason why Secretary Briones made a clear official pronouncement that schools can actually open, except that since we are still, or this unique situation requires for careful planning, the public school system, which is directly under the power and authority of the Department of Education, is compelled to follow the timeline prescribed by the Department of Education, by which the opening or the first day of school will be August 24, 2020 and to end in April 30, 2021. However, given the unique situation, it needs to follow certain conditions. That there will be no face-to-face except if it is already directly allowed by regulations or government protocols. There should be no conduct of mass gatherings, whether curricular or non-curricular. And it is expected, regardless whether learners will go to school or just their parents, the schools need to comply with minimum health standards such as the wearing of masks, social distancing, among others, to be prescribed by the Department of Education, Department of Health, IATF, and the Office of the President. And this school year is unique because for any entity, especially the private schools, to operate this school year, there is a requirement to submit a learning continuity plan that shows and explains in detail the alternative delivery modes of learning, consistent to the authorization requested by the Department of Education from the Chief Executive or the President, that schools must open, but not necessarily face-to-face, but through blended distance learning modality. And this is the reason why we are talking about learning continuity plan. This is the compass, this is the roadmap for any school in order to operate in this unique, difficult situation in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. And here on your slide, you can see the modalities in the Department of Education Learning Continuity Plan. Yes, you are correct. Even the Department of Education, it does not only require the private schools to do this, The DepEd itself has its own basic education learning continuity plan. Ano po ang nakapalaman o nasasaad sa basic education learning continuity plan? Ng paaralan ngayon ay hindi necessarily mag-ooperate kung saan ang mga bata ay pupunta sa mga paaralan. No, kung nung araw libo-libo, hindi lamang daan-daan in a public school will congregate in the school, pero ngayon po hindi. Dahil hindi pa po pinapayagan ng mga bata ay mananatili sa kanilang mga bahay. Kung meron man po pupunta sa mga paaralan, ito po ay ang kanilang mga magulang, but subject to rules and regulations. Papayagan niya kung tayo ay nasa GCQ o kaya naman ay nasa modified GCQ or better situation. So, papaano matututo ang mga bata? Sinasaad po rito ng DepEd, BELCP, BE stands for Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, will learn via modular. Modules will be in either printed or digital format. It will be delivered to the homes of the students or picked up by their parents at designated places within coordinated schedule. For example, it can be once a month. It can be every 2 weeks, where parents or adult members of the family need to report to the school to get the learning modules and in turn submit what was previously accomplished, so that the schools will be able, or the school teachers will be able to check them and identify what are the gaps. Ano pa po yung dapat na idagdag. That's why schools may also be preparing supplementary learning materials, which can be, ayan po, nakikita niyo po, in the form of PDF, ibig sabihin digital, or in a printed format. So, depende po kung ano po ang magiging kakayahan at konteksto ng mag-aaral. Kung ang mag-aaral ay merong access sa internet, pwede po itong ipadala sa pamamagitan ng email o kaya ng group chat ng Facebook. Meron din po tayong tinatawag na Facebook free data, kung saan pwedeng magtanungan, magsagutan, magtanong at sumagot ang mga guro sa kanilang mga mag-aaral para sila'y matulungan sa kanilang pag-aaral ng module, whether it is print or in digital content. Kaya po dyan sa icons, you would see it's a combination. It can be in tablet, it can be in cellphone, or it can be in the regular traditional book form or paper form. Pangalawa, pwede rin pong gamitin ang online learning resources. Gagamit ng online learning resources. Actually, sinimulan na ng DepEd ang tinatawag na DepEd Commons. This is composed of both curated and non-curated content, curriculum-based contents, in which parents or the teachers can download. It should be the teachers first to download to check whether it is aligned with the curriculum, because not all contents are curated. Hindi po lahat ng contents na nandun ay properly identified, whether it's for grade 1, ito ba ay pang grade 1 o pang grade 2, pang grade 3. Kaya po nandiyan pa rin ang mga guro. Sila po ang pipili from DepEd Commons. That's why it is essential. That's why you can hear some local government units with projects to provide laptops, tablets, and any gadget for the teacher so that they will be able to access the DepEd Commons. Pag na-access na po, sila yung pipili. They will gather the materials fit and suit to the needs of their learners, and it will be sent to their learners either in digital or print format. Ayun po yung paggamit na tinatawag na online learning resource. Doon po sa mas mapalad, some of them may also use learning management system. So it will be on case-to-case basis. So the second modality can be online, using the online platform. Ikatlo, narinig na rin po natin, ayan po, this is actually number 2 and number 3. Yung number 2, may mga assumptions po tayo in order to make use of the internet. Students and teachers have access to internet. Kasi kung walang internet, hindi po tayo pwede sa online platform. Students and teachers have laptops, desktops, or mobile phones. So, kailangan may gadgets. Hindi po pwedeng magawa ang number 2 kung wala po ang mga kondisyong ito. At pangatlo, dapat nauunawaan ng guro at ng mag-aaral yung mga tinatawag nating online platform. Kaya nga po nasa dulo ng prioridad ang paggamit ng learning management system kasi hindi naman po lahat ay madaling makakaagapay sa pagkatuto ng LMS. Ikatlo, sabi rin ng DepEd, kasi may mga lugar, aminin natin, may mga lugar na hindi naaabot or na wala pa talagang internet access. Mahirap din na mapadalhan ng mga even ng mga printed materials kasi tumatawid pa ng dagat, ng mga ilog o aakyat pa ng bundok. Kaya gagamitin ang television at radio-based instruction. Nangako na sa huling media briefing, sa huling press conference by the IATF with the President himself committed that he will provide radio transistor facility for the farthest place in our country. Yung mga hindi naaabot ng mga regular na medium of instruction katulad ng 1 and 2 will be reached by radio transistor devices ng radio or ng television. So ito po ang kabuang distance education design of the Department of Education. Tingnan naman natin ano ang plano ng NCLC-MCA system. Because the EDCOM has prepared, was actually carefully examining the government direction, our societal context, and in fact, as early as May, the EDCOM has directed the chapter administrators to get in touch with your respective students and parents. Naalala ko po ay sa isang diskurso sa aming pagpupulong ay nagkaroon ng assignment ang mga cluster supervisors na bahagi ng EDCOM na pinapaalalahanan sila to accomplish the most required survey. Ano po yung survey? Para alamin ilan ba sa kliyente, ilan po ba sa ating pinaglilingkurang kabataan, mga estudyante natin ang may access sa internet at yung wala. And for that reason, we were able to carefully plan and make difficult decisions, and now it is being offered to you so that you can communicate it back to them. Ito po yung resulta ng ating survey at base po sa survey na yon ay naghanda tayo ng menu, ng learning menu kung saan ginagamit natin ang distance or gagamitin natin ang distance education. There's a definition on screen of the distance education na kung saan ang bata at mag-aaral ay hindi magtatagpo physically but they can actually interact using technology. Ang ating pong napagkasunduan o desisyon po ng EDCOM that the NCLC-MCA system will be using two blended learning options, namely blended online at blended modular. Trabaho po ng administrator, una sa lahat, unawain kung ano po ang katangian ng mga options na ito. Bakit po? You will find out later. Let's proceed. Yes, this is what I am talking about. The role of the administrators. An admin must be able to communicate the LCP. What is LCP again? This is the Learning Delivery Plan. In order to continue with our existence, in order to continue with our mandate, and the expectation from us is to provide the learning opportunities possible right at the doorsteps, in the household, home-based, para pong home free too. The COVID-19 has not stopped us from our worship, from reaching the world, from testifying and sharing the Word of God. Likewise, isa po sa isang mahalagang ministeryo ng Iglesia ng Panginoon ay ang education ministry. Naging kaagapay po ito at katulong ng ating mga bahay-sambahan, ng ating church para marami ang marating. Ang ating pong paglilingkod ay naitawid ng mga live streaming at naniniwala rin tayo na sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng mga teknolohiya ay ating maipagpapatuloy ang pagseserbisyo sa mga mag-aaral sa pamamagitan ng mga makabagong format o teknolohiyang nabanggit ko o naipakita din sa previous slide. And it is the role, it is the mandate of the administrator to communicate the LCP. You cannot communicate something that you do not understand. That's why it is very important that you read. I understand the LCP will be provided to you. There is a document, official document. You can go over that document. Please read so that you will understand every detail, because this morning I am only tasked to talk about the overview. Kumbaga, pahapyaw lamang po ito. Ito po ay, kaya nga kumbaga habang binabasa nyo ang dokumento, kung di nyo pa nabasa, you will remember me. Ito yung sinasabi pala ni Brother Freddy. Kasi yung aking pong topic ay patungkol po sa LCP, but the details of the LCP is actually provided in separate document. You are here so that you can also explain it to the rest of the internal stakeholders or even external stakeholders of the school, which we call the school community. It is also expected upon the administrator to explain the different blended learning options, and for the admin to respond to the query relative to the terms of reference in the new learning modality. Ibig sabihin, may malaking katanungan na kayo or malaki at maraming katanungan na kayo ay kakaharapin. As you communicate initially, as you reach out to your sector, to your learners and parents, the more questions would come in. Even those who are not actually in your armpit already, you are in your system, may be asking questions, the larger community, and you should be ready to respond to them. You may not have all the answers to all questions, but you need to manage all their expectations and all their queries. Hindi naman po masama na humingi ng panahon sa kanila kung sakaling hindi talaga kayo nakakatiyak kaysa mag-alatsamba. You can excuse yourself and tell them, yes, you'll get back to them, and you will consult with the higher authorities of the school system. So it will give you time to check with your cluster supervisor or ask directly to the EDCOM, or consult again the LCP, the official document that will be handed to you, so that you can address a specific question that you are not sure about. Kaya po, hindi po masama na kayo'y walang sagot sa mga katanungan. May mga katanungan kayang sagutin immediately. May mga katanungan naman you need to double check with the official document. At may mga katanungan po na wala pa pong sagot. And this is the reason why I started with this session by saying this is actually a kwentuhan series. Ito po ay hindi nagtatapos sa diskursong ito. There will be a lot more because there are things that we still have to learn. Gaya po na aking tinuran, bago po ang ating lipunan na ginagalawan. Bago rin po ang mga patakaran. The game is new. There are new rules of the game. And the game plan is something that it is still in progress. What is the game plan again? The school system learning continuity plan is a document in progress. Maring meron pa po tayong hindi na isasama dyan na kailangan nating isama, kaya po hindi nyo pa kayang sagutin yung ibang katanungan. And this is the reason why you need to make yourself updated, abreast, and willing to learn. Actually, one of the 5 C's is character, meaning you should have the right attitude. It may not be easy. It is difficult because you need to learn so many things and you have to learn them all together. But that is the requirement of our time. The 5 C's, one of the 5 C's is the character. Let's have the right attitude, the positive attitude rather, to learn and to be willing to learn. And if you are not sure, to ask questions. Sabi nga ni Susan Roses, huwag mahihiyang magtanong, because it is your obligation to communicate the new rules, to communicate the content of the LCP. And this is the reason why in so many series of training, it is the admin that was convened first. Because it is your duty. You can see on this slide, there are several courses. Everyone needs to be onboarded. Everyone needs an introduction. That's why the first training will be an introduction to the admin, to yourselves. You are the admin. But once you are introduced to this, it is your duty to onboard others. Who are these? The different the different stakeholders. That's why the LCP has a component or a segment about role-based learning continuity plan, meaning to say before you reach to the learners or to the students, it is also a must that all stakeholders in the school will be able to be adept and be able to learn it so that we can bring it to the learners. Again, I mentioned this a while ago, but let me remind, we cannot give what we do not have. We cannot usher the youth with the new modality of learning if we ourselves are not accustomed, attuned to the new learning. That's why as an admin, you will also need to learn so many things. And while learning, you need to usher and help others to learn based on the role that they will portray. You need to make sure that the staff, especially the technical staff, are knowledgeable in the new modality. Particularly, you can see on the slide, there's a system that we will use. We call this learning management system. This will be called NCLC MCA Online Learning Zone. The user course is intended for the admin, for the staff, for the parents, learners, as well as the teachers. And the bottom line of everything is the LMS. This is where the interaction of learners and learners and teachers would happen. Kaya po yan, tuturuan din sila. At sino po ang magtuturo? Of course, there are technical people. There's a technical committee who will be working with us. However, one who need to be there all the way is the administrator. And the port course, and we will not cover this much in this session. This was agreed to be one of the contents in the next wave of kwentuhan, yung mga susunod na kwentuhan. We need also to learn, since there's a new learning modality, there will also be new ways to assess learning. And on top of that is the administrator. That's why you have to understand everything that you would see on the monitor. I sum it up into 4. Lastly, I have to mention that an admin should be able to overview, or rather to oversee, the LCP implementation. LCP, may I clarify that it is a plan that includes you, that includes us, that includes you as an administrator. But LCP is actually the roadmap. It is actually the guide for the learners or the students to learn in this difficult situation in the time of COVID-19 pandemic. And it is the role of the administrator that everything in the LCP is properly covered. Okay, so let's start with a comparison of the blended learning options available in the NCLC MCA system in the time of pandemic. Sabi po natin, bibigyan natin ng dalawang pagpipilian ang ating mga mag-aaral. Siyempre, ang magdidesisyon po ay ang kanilang mga magulang. When you go back to your station or into your operation, because basically you are actually in your respective chapter, ito po yung naging resulta ng ating survey ilang buwan ang nakararaan. At dahil po ito ang realidad ng ating mga mag-aaral, dapat lamang ang eskwelahan natin ay maging responsive, maging makatotohanan, tumugon kung ano po ang realidad ng ating mga mag-aaral. So, meron po tayong dalawang options. Yung option 1 ay tinatawag natin blended online learning. Ang option 2 naman po ay ang blended modular learning. Yan po, para hindi po, para mas makita niyo po, inalis ko muna ang aking mukha sa screen. Ayan po ang comparison. Paano ba? There are 3 ways in order to learn in a distance education. 1, Whether it's face-to-face or not, there must be an interaction between teacher and learner. It can be direct or indirect. Of course, in a face-to-face setup, it's a direct. And in the case of distance education, it's an indirect. But how interaction happens? In option 1, most of the interactions are present in the learning management system or through the internet applications and, of course, the print materials. Kumbaga, bago pa man magsimula ang klase, gumagawa na ang mga guro ng kanilang mga materyales na i-upload po nila sa learning management system. At kung di naman yung ating pong ginagawa na, I heard you are doing this for almost 5 years now, the module. Yung mga guro ay naghahanda ng mga lessons na ipiniprint natin in module form. Naging katugunan natin ito ng mga nagdaang panahon kasi nakita natin na bibigatan ng mga bata sa napakaraming libro. Kaya ang ginawa po natin ay imbis na maraming libro ay gumawa tayo ng module good for 1 quarter. At gagamitin po natin ito sa ilalim ng option 1. Ang option 1 po is the combination of the print module with learning management system. So, paano magkakaroon ng interaction ng teacher at learner, ang guro at mag-aaral sa pamamagitan po ng print module. Gagawin ng teacher ang print module at ipapadala po ito sa mga mag-aaral. We will see the process later on. We will be showing the diagram on how we will be implementing this blended learning options in the NCLC MCA system. Sa print module, ang kaibahan lang po ng option 1 at option 2. Sa print module, mainly, it is the module. The communication is limited through the module. Magkalayo po sila but they are interacting through the module. Pag nag-interact po ang bata sa module as if nag-interact na rin po siya sa mga guro. Matapos po ang ilang panahon, it can be 1 month, teachers are expected to evaluate the accomplishment of learners in the print module, and through the evaluation, they would send supplementary materials. Supplementary materials in order to fill in the gaps. Halimbawa, sa topic is subject-verb agreement. Nakita, hindi pa po lubos na naunawaan ang subject-verb agreement, then the teacher may decide to provide supplement learning materials. It will happen after the child, through the parents, are able to submit their output, which in turn will be evaluated by the teachers. Yan po. Ang teacher-made lessons ay nandun na po sa LMS. It is in various format. It can be in recorded format. Pwede rin pong magtagpo real-time ang mga guro at mga mag-aaral sa pamamagitan ng video conferencing. Ito po yung tinatawag natin, the teacher-made lessons can be designed whether synchronous or asynchronous. Paano po ang mga lessons sa print? Yung po gawa na, pero pwedeng dagdagan. Kung sila po yung makakapag-communicate through Facebook, pwede pong doon ipadala o kaya naman po through their email account para hindi na po personal o physical na magkita, pumunta pa ang mga magulang at mga mag-aaral sa paaralan, which may involve some risk. And present in these two options is the so-called self-paced learning. In the distance education, self-paced learning is a main feature. Kumbaga, dapat matuto. And this is what we are promoting in the system, the responsible learning. Yun nga lamang po para sa mga batang mag-aaral katulad ng kinder at primary level hanggang grade 3 ay mas kakailanganin nila ang patnubay ng mga magulang. Pero sa grade 4 and up, we are expecting that this kind of format, this kind of platform will promote responsible learning. Because all resources will be available in the learning management system, we expect and we will try our best to encourage, to motivate the learners to go beyond the structured or programmed lessons prepared by the teachers. That will be the minimum. But at the end, we want our learners to be learning self-paced, meaning and in this system, no one will be left out because they have to learn or they could learn using their own paces, using their own readiness and maturity to respond to a particular activity. But again, it should be done responsibly. Ito po, para higit nating maunawaan. We have provided you with a diagram for the blended online learning option. Nasa left side po, nakikita niyo po. Ito po, sa cursor. Makikita po natin sa cursor, ito po yung school side. This is the school side. Ano po ang trabaho ng school side? Ang trabaho ng school side is to work with the learning management system, to prepare the lesson, to respond to the queries, to evaluate learners, or to assess the accomplishment of tasks by accessing whatever is submitted in the learning management system. You can see this is the portion by which what the teachers have accomplished will be uploaded in the portal. We call it the NCLC Learning Zone. This will be translated to various activities. It can be recorded lessons. It can be a live lesson. It can what we call a synchronous lesson, or it can be various activities that the learners will be working on while they are in their respective home. Ang tawag naman natin dyan yung home-based learning. Yung home-based learning will only happen, they cannot do it alone because it will be empty unless the school will prepare the activities in the learning management system. And whatever was present, whatever is uploaded, whatever is made available, the learners, depending on their grade level, needs to accomplish such task. And the interaction will happen through the learning management system, which we know or called the NCLC Learning Zone. And on the other side, there is also a print. So the print module will be delivered to the learners, and this will be attended to at the same time by the learners. And you can see here, in any modality, the parents should be guiding them all the way. Ang magulang po ay inaasahang tutulong. They are not the ones who will do it. They should only supervise. They should also assist when necessary, but not necessarily to do the learning task. Otherwise, they are defeating the purpose of responsible learning. Kung meron pong katanungan ang home side, ang mga magulang at mga bata, they can send email, SMS, or text messaging, and the school will, to some extent, will function as a call center. They should be ready to respond to the queries, questions, and clarifications by the learners or their parents. And they should be able to respond to SMS or text messaging the real time, the soonest possible. And on this, you can see the parents will play a crucial role. The parent or any adult member should render support while the learners are doing their tasks. Bakit po meron tayong combination? We call this as a hybrid. Kasi po alam natin na bago tayo sa online platform. Baka hindi kaagad maka-adjust ang mga bata. Kung kaya, we are also providing an option, traditional platform. Ito po yung paggamit ng mga module, print module, at supplemental printed learning materials, because these are actually part of the traditional setup. This is how learners were learning before. And not only that, we know in our context, in the Philippine context, there is an issue on internet connectivity. In most cases, even those with stable internet connection suffer from very slow internet connectivity. And for that reason, in case the internet will fail us, at least in the NCLC MCA system, we are ready with the alternative. Failure of the internet will not hamper the learning of our learners, because we also have an alternative major modality, which is the use of the print module. Kaya po tayo ay maasa na tayo'y handang-handa. At nagawa natin ito dahil tayo po ay nag-aral. Inaral natin ang konteksto ng pamahalaan, ang mga patakarang pinapatupad, at higit sa lahat, hindi rin naman natin binaliwala kung ano ang konteksto ng mga mag-aaral na ating pinaglilingkuran. Kaya nga po, sa pamamagitan nito, no, sa pamamagitan ng LCP, sana tayo po ay magabayan. Ito naman po ang diagram para po dun sa tinatawag nating blended modular learning option. Kumbaga, present. Ito po yung kalahati nung unang ipinakita ko sa inyo. This is the highlighted process. Sino po ang gumawa ng print module? Tayo rin po ang paaralan. Wala pong aaralin ng mga bata kung hindi po natin ito pinagandaan. Ano po ang magiging trabaho ng admin? Kasi ang kausap natin sa session ito ay mga administrator. You have to see to it that learners are actually supervising the learning needs, are actually attuned to the learning needs of their students. Titignan po nila kung sapat ba ang nasa print module. Kung hindi naman po, they should provide necessary learning materials, supplementary learning materials. They should also prepare some kind of learning plan. Ano yung dapat na matapos na sa unang linggo, yung matapos sa pangalawang linggo, at ano yung mga checklist naman para sa mga magulang, para magabayan at matiyak din nila na nagagawa ng mga mag-aaral ang dapat na inaasahan sa kanila. Isa pa po, in this diagram, you would see the administrator has to oversee the deployment, no? The deployment system. Paano po ba natin ito ipapamahagi? Sabi natin, ang ating pong module ay quarterly. So, every quarter, there should be a distribution. There should be a deployment schedule. And in such a schedule, we need to observe the health protocols by the government. Kumbaga, sa kanilang pagpunta sa paaralan, dapat walang congestion, dapat sila ay nakasuot ng mga mask, at there's a strict observance of social distancing. Tanging adult lamang ang pwedeng kumuha, lalo tigit if we are in stricter health protocol or health quarantine category. Pag natanggap na po ito ng mga bata, you can see on the fourth, the one who is on desk, it represents the learner. The learner is expected to do them, and there's a clock over there to emphasize that these activities are actually based on timeline. And the output may differ. Pwede rin po itong papel. It can be paper-based. It can be printed-based, or it can be printed from the computer. Or it can be simply electronic that can be sent to the teachers after you accomplish the task. And the teachers would send feedback immediately after so that the child will be able to proceed as necessary. Pero pinapakita po dyan, hindi pwedeng magtuloy ang prosesong ito kung hindi po magagabayan. Dapat ang magulang ay laging nasa likod at kaagapay ng mga bata. Alamin kung sila po ay nakakasunod. Alamin kung ginagawa ba nila. At to some extent, to explain areas where the child encounters difficulty. Ayan po. At kung hindi naman po posible, ito po yung sinasabi natin, option 2 will be available for areas and learners without internet access. If they cannot access even the pre-Facebook or even with data, they can do the print module or accomplish the task in the print module manually. At ang pagsasubmit po ay pwedeng manual, provided again, it should be the adult member who will do that. It should be the learner. It should not be the learner, but rather the parents to do it. Nakikita niyo po, an adult approaching the doorsteps of the school, meaning they will be the ones to submit the output so that learners or the teachers can check whether they are actually they're able to actually accomplish the task. And in turn, you can also send out your manually prepared, yung sinulat ninyo o i-print nyo pong supplementary materials o kaya naman ay instructional plan or notes sa pamamagitan din ng courier service o kaya ng magulang na pupunta para kumuha at mag-submit ng mga output ng kanilang mga anak. Okay, these are the terms of reference. Kayo bilang administrador, dapat alam niyo po ang mga kasagutan sa mga mahalagang tanong. Pero ito po ay nakadepende kung ito ay napag-usapan at may regulasyon na ang EDCOM. May mga tanong na hindi nyo pa po masasagot kasi hindi pa po na-finalize ang mga usaping ito. Una sa lahat, dahil wala pa pong issuance ang DepEd. Halimbawa po, sa face-to-face, at tatanungin kayo ng mga magulang, this is one of the frequently asked question, whether face-to-face or in-school learning support will be available. Ang sagot po dyan, it depends. It will only be available if the regulation of the government will allow it. Secondly, the choice between option 1 and 2 will greatly be dependent on the technical requirements, especially on the learner side. May tinatawag na minimum requirement sa gadgets at sa internet access. Medyo mahal kapag ang gagamitin mo ay data. Sa LMS-based or internet-based learning, dun sa option 1, dapat mas recommended na mayroon pong monthly bundle package ang pamilya para hindi naman po sila lubos na mabigatan para sa data access kasi inaasahan almost daily they will have time to really be on the internet. Much more if there are more than one learners or students in the family. Samantalang yung option 2, optional po ang pagkakaroon ng gadget. Ito po ay nakadesenyo kahit walang internet connectivity o limitado ang internet connectivity. Paano ba ang learner schedule? This is something that is not definite yet. Ito po yun. Kasi pinag-aaralan pa. And the Department of Education has no issuance to this effect. Pero what we see based on researches, the UP has presented the number of hours. Halimbawa, in minimum, yung mga grade 4 pataas, may stay in virtual classroom or in an online platform. Tanggalin ko po ang aking mukha para makita nyo ang buong screen for 2 hours daily. Yung mas mababa, yung mga primary, siguro 1.5 hours. So, bilang administrador, you should be working on the class programming, and the class programming this time is different from the previous class programming. Ano pa po? Halimbawa, tatanungin, ano bang involvement? Ayan po, nakikita nyo yung screen. Ano ba magiging involvement ng mga magulang? It is for this reason, as I mentioned earlier, it is also the duty of the school administrator to ensure that every stakeholder knows how to make use of the blended learning option. For example, under option 1, the NCLC MCA learning zone will play very crucial and vital role. And this is the reason why you need to spearhead your own teacher training, learners training, and parents training that will include the actual learning of the NCLC MCA learning zone. It does not necessarily to be the parent. It can be any adult member. It can be an older sibling. And what is crucial at the end of the day, the interest of learners and their parents is to measure whether they have satisfied the requirement by the Department of Education through the school where they choose to enroll. Paano po yun? Sa pamamagitan ng mga grado. Sa pamamagitan ng grades. Kaya mahalaga rin na maging handa tayo in responding to queries about performance evaluation and grading system. Again, this is another area that is not definite yet. Hindi pa po natin binibigay ito bilang official guidelines kasi wala pa po ang guidelines ng Department of Education. What we are providing, the information written in this screen is only for discussion purposes. This is to remind you that as an administrator, you should know how to communicate and how to respond on questions about performance evaluation, in turn, on grading system. Halimbawa po, sa option 1, dapat ang ating grading system will include the 2 modality. Ano po yun? Yung ating dapat bibigyan ng weight ang print module at bibigyan din ng weight yung paggamit po ng ating online learning system. At kung tayo naman po ay magbibigay pa ng karagdagan, yung mga tinatawag na supplementary task o kaya ng portfolio or project o kaya performance assessment based on matrix, kaya dapat lahat po ng ito ay may corresponding weight. Yun po ang sinasabi dito. But the distribution of weight or percentage would still be dependent on the assessment regulations or policy that the DepEd will issue and we will adapt, or whatever we will adapt and decide later on. But in order for you to respond accordingly in such question, you should, as I emphasized earlier, don't be contented. This is the beginning, or maybe you are at the middle of your learning process, but there are so much to learn for you to be able to respond. We cannot be there. The EDCOM cannot be there. Evangelist Let cannot be there to respond to questions. The best way to respond and be ready to respond to questions is to make yourself always updated and abreast. Always coordinate with your cluster supervisor. Always ask for the updated document so that you have something to respond to your respective school community. And again, this is the last. We are nearing the conclusion. The bottom line of all these things that we are talking about is to ensure that the learning continuity plan will be covered. What is this learning continuity plan, or the heart of the LCP, is actually the set of learning competencies that need to be communicated, that needs to be covered by the learners. Ang tawag natin dyan ngayon ay most essential learning competencies. Actually, these are not new. This is actually the competencies that you can see in the K-12 curriculum, except it was reduced. From 100% form of the K-12 curriculum, the MELC is actually the 40% form of the K-12 curriculum. Given the limited time, given the constraints, that's why it was reduced to 40%. And as an administrator, we need to cover them. We need to learn the new technique. Probably this will also be taught. This will also be part of your next session. Mga susunod po nating kwentuhan kung paano mamomonitor. Sa ating sistema with an LMS, medyo mas madali na yan. Mas mahirap po kung wala tayong gagamiting learning management system. At least we are prepared to that, and we will just learn the concept and the process later on. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the most important proof that there is learning is the assessment of learning. And paper and pencil, the traditional paper pen assessment may not be sufficient. This new system will call for the so-called learning or more authentic learning assessment. And what we need to find out in this kind of platform, in this kind of situation, in this modality, is the ability of each learner to exude what they have learned, to exhibit, to show what they have acquired. And this can be best measured with the display of the 5 C's. There's a session to cover in detail the 5 C's, but let me mention the 5 C's stands for character, creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and communication. Again, before I end, what we talk about in this session is the LCP. What is LCP? The Learning Continuity Plan. It is the alternative delivery plan in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, that education must continue despite the difficult situation. LCP is actually the specific steps and strategies of the school system to ensure that learning will be able to continue despite the difficult situation where the usual school-based learning process may not be possible. And we have provided you the overview of the detailed plan, and as I mentioned, there will be an issuance of the official document which you need to study as you go back to this session. Thirdly, as an administrator, you are confronted with several issues such as compliance with government regulation or the DepEd, but the DepEd implements it according to the interpretation of your respective school's division office. It is a challenge before any administrator, chapter admin, to understand the requirement of the DepEd through the SDO in order to operate a school for school year 2020-2021. The LCP, as I mentioned earlier, it is a unique requirement. provided before the DepEd Order number 7 series of 2020, actually there are 3 requirements. 1, learning continuity plan. 2, the health measures. And 3, the school calendar. The official document, probably this is the last point that I'd like to stress, the official document that you will receive may not comply with the localized template, sample template. I use the word sample template because you can see from what is provided to you, these are mere sample template. So if it is a sample template, you can debate. So you can actually mention it in your cover letter that ours operate on a centralized setup. That's why you are submitting what is provided to us by the system to your chapter. But again, it depends. You know better. You should have the wisdom how to deal with your respective DepEd. You know how to contextualize. For things you can actually redesign. It is not written on stone. That's why the LCP can also be contextualized. You can make use of the document as your reference and rearrange it as to satisfy the requirement or the template being suggested by the local DepEd. Or you can have it, then just have append what is suggested by your local DepEd. But again, let me remind you, at the end of the day, what should be referred to in order for you to operate is DepEd order or the requirement before DepEd order number 7 series of 2020. But if you're not sure how to deal with that, you can ask your cluster supervisor, the EDCOM, so that you can approach it appropriately. Okay, so yeah, we have covered significant portion already. The question is what will happen next? What should be our next steps? The next step will be easy. There will be several, but we don't want you to be overwhelmed, so we will make it easy. The next step is after you communicate the LCP, is to gather as many questions as possible. Habang ikinukwento nyo po ito, makakatagpo po kayo ng mas marami pang tanong. Firstly, try to answer questions to the best of your ability, but with all honesty. Don't answer questions that you are not certain. You can tell them that you will go back, you will get back to them, and reply to them, so that you will have time to consult with your cluster supervisor or the EDCOM for the appropriate answer. Or you can tell them that there will be series questions that will not be answered. Even now, I'm telling it to you, questions that may not be answered. That's why we are reminding, list down your question so that by next installment, by next series, we will be able to answer to your questions. The DepEd itself has its own FAQ, the frequently asked question. Ito po ay galing sa DepEd NCR. Mahaba po ito pero I just leave some portion. Maganda rin ng FAQ ay maging Tagalog, or you make use of language that is best fit to your context. Kung ano po yung mas prepared ng marami, kung marami pong Inglesero, di English. Kung marami naman pong gusto ay Tagalog, dapat ang ating pong mga materyales ay responsive to the needs and context of your client. Ito po. Probably I can share, or you can download it. You can simply Google it and type in DepEd NCR frequently asked question, and you can get a copy of this infographics. Okay, we come to the end. I understand this will not be the last time that I will be with you. I promise I'll be back soon as the open forum calls for my presence. So for now, thank you, and I hope you are able to get something, and may the Lord continue to guide and bless us as we proceed with our mandate to ensure the continuity of learning for the children and for the children in the church and the school, guided with our philosophy based on Proverbs 22:6 that says, train up a child in the way he should go, so that when he is old, he will not depart from it. It is the joint obligation and mandate of the church that we guide this young fellow. Again, good morning, and thank you for joining me in this Kwentuhan session.
Thank you very much, Sir Freddy Avendaño. Please stay tuned for the next webinar. Today, this task of introducing our guest of honor and speaker is a great privilege. I know this one is difficult, but having the thought that she is a woman of virtue and simplicity, I feel elated to introduce her to everyone to this memorable event. After all, she is a living inspiration not only to our dear children, but to all of us who love to see the success of every learner. She finished her studies at Miriam College with a degree in education and specialization in early childhood education. Because of her deepest sincerity and love to little children, she pursues her studies in her Master of Arts major in child education. Formerly, she was the supervisor of NCLC and chairwoman of NCLC MCA school system. Currently, she is one of the consultants of NCLC MCA school system with more than 140 chapters, and also the representative of Kalinga Party List in the 18th Congress. Most of her life is dedicated to continuous studying to serve as an inspiration and testimony in developing and nurturing kids. She is also giving importance for emerging moral values for good citizenship. And being a loving wife and a mother of 2 kids, she is also an advocate for strengthening family bond and good relationship. That's why she is also a perfect resource speaker related to close family ties and cultivating cultural, ethnical, and godly values for being a member of PLCPD, a woman and child rights defender. If I will tell all of our achievements and accomplishments, time will not be enough. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, let us all accept and welcome Honorable Congresswoman and Pastor Irene Saulog.
Good day and welcome to Online National Teachers Congress 2020. This is our very first Online Teachers Congress. I hope that you are all healthy and safe at home during this pandemic. I expect that you all have been keeping up with the news, especially with the developments in the education sector. There is no doubt that this coming school year will be different. For one, the opening of classes will be pushed back. Second, and most importantly, there will be a new mode of learning for the first time. Residential learning or face-to-face will be replaced by blended learning. There will be a shift from the traditional classroom setting to distance learning. This will require all of the stakeholders to make huge adjustments, from the administrators, teachers, students, and the parents. The successful transition to this new normal will depend largely on the ability of teachers to adapt. The teachers will be primarily responsible for preparing the materials, helping our students adjust, and making sure that they thrive under this new environment. You will have to help your students navigate this new world of learning. No doubt, this will be a challenge, an uphill battle. We have to adapt the change for the better. If we are not going to change, we will be left behind. As the saying goes, the only permanent thing in this world is change. To illustrate, who among you remember the late 90s? Back then, Nokia was the leading brand in cellular phones. It was a giant in the industry. Its competitors are so far behind that they did not even pose a challenge. To simplify, its downfall can be attributed to its failure to adapt. Its dominance caused it to be complacent. It failed to keep pace with the developments in the industry. It was caught unprepared when the iOS and Android phones began to hit the market. There was even a late opportunity for Nokia to collaborate with Google. Unfortunately, Nokia stubbornly refused. They could have saved the company from becoming obsolete. Today, Nokia is merely a footnote replaced by Apple and Samsung. We teachers are in a similar situation. We are in the middle of this disruption where changes are happening fast. Whether we like it or not, we have to change with the times. If not, we will get left behind. We still have time to prepare. First, we have to get out of our own comfort zones. Let us learn and acquire skills, particularly those related to information technology. This is why the school administration is holding today's event. We want to help all of you prepare for this new normal in education. We want to hear your concerns, discuss issues, and together come up with solutions. To help the National Christian Life College and Maranatha Christian Academy deliver its commitment to provide quality Christian education in the midst of the pandemic, everyone has to contribute and work together. Even if the platform for teaching has changed, our role still remains. Our role to inspire students, discover their strengths, reveal their potentials, deepen their understanding, transform their minds, bring encouragement, foster their learning, secure their protection, touch their hearts, and leave a remarkable impact. Let us reflect. As teachers, are we willing and fulfilling our role? Are we able to utilize our passion into becoming competent teachers? We must not lose sight of the fact that we act as second parents. Parents have entrusted their children to us, and we have a huge influence not only on their learning, but on their lives as well. This is how we make a difference. Therefore, let us help our students dream big. Be with them every step of the way. While they are in school, we have an opportunity to make a lasting impact on their lives. The transition may be difficult, but let us not make it any more burdensome for our students. Let us give them more patience, understanding, compassion, concern, and attention so that they will be able to cope. Let us have a positive attitude and rise to this challenge. God is with us to help us see this through. I am confident that all of you in your school will, with boldness and audacity, to carry on the apostles' vision to make every learner a disciple. My prayer is to bless your dedication and commitment to your calling to serve God in whatever capacity you are in and in whatever scope of responsibility you have been entrusted with. Again, abundant blessing of wisdom, grace, peace, and love be upon us all. Happy learning, everyone.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Irene Kate Ferriol Saulo. Please stay tuned for the next webinar.
habang binubulay ko ang iyong mga salita, habang minamasdan ko mga gawa mong kahanga-hanga. Ganda ng araw sa umaga at sa gabi may ningning ng mga tala. Lahat ng to'y iyong ginawa, lahat ng to'y iyong nilikhang parang ulan na di tumitigil, tulad ko rin na di papipigil. Ito ay dahil nalaman kong masayang maglingkod sa iyo, Panginoon. Masayang maglingkod sa iyo, Panginoon. Di ko maisip, di ko mabilang ang iyong pag-ibig, oh Jesus. Mga ibon ay nag-aawitan ng pasasalamat, tulad ng ligaya na itinanim mo sa puso ko. Araw-araw ay lumalago, dindidilig ng biyaya mo. Biyaya mong di nagkukulang, umaapaw sa kasaganaan parang ulan na di tumitigil, tulad ko rin na di papipigil.
At Far Eastern University. She has taken units of Master in Biology, Major in Ecology at UP Diliman, and short courses in Speech and Profession and Music Theory at the same university. A graduate of Master of Arts in Education, Major in English Studies and Instruction in the Graduate School of Education at Roosevelt College Foundation. She finished her academic units in Master of Education, Major in Administration and Supervision at IRIS, Manila. She has attended seminars for administrators and teachers in various places here in the Philippines and abroad. An EDCOM member and a cluster supervisor in charge of Palawan, Mindoro, and Romblon. She has been a guest speaker in AMA Marikina, STI College Caloocan, STI Gapan Nueva Ecija, and ACLC Cainta branch for teachers and college students. A pastor, formerly college professor, and assistant dean of NCLC, principal and administrator of MCA Alabang Muntinlupa chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Annalyn Ena P. De La Torre.
A pleasant and wonderful morning to everyone. I thank the Lord for this great opportunity that He has once again given me to share with you some information so that we can have this school year of new normal, a productive one. First of all, I would like to extend my greetings to our beloved apostle, to our EDCOM chairperson, Dr. Leticia Santos Ferriol, and to my co-EDCOM members, and to all of you who are now watching this webinar, to all the teachers, administrators, a pleasant day to everyone. Yesterday, I was able to share with you the NCLC MCA modular-based learning, adapting the new normal. And we were able to discuss with you that the MBL or the modular based learning has tied up with the so many strategies that our children, that our students and pupils can really benefit. And so before we go on with the discussion, I would like you to prepare yourselves for a video presentation. It is entitled EcoSmart Challenge. Okay, so there you have it. You know, in contemplating on this program, the EcoCG program, it has been so many months ago that we were able to have a trial of the activities, and I believe that the experience that we have since 2012 or since 2013 regarding the environmental awareness has made us realize that it is possible to have this program in our school system. And so, let me first discuss with you, first thing first, about the project-based learning program or the project-based learning.
Hello everyone and welcome to EcoSmart MCA Philippines. Taking care of our environment is our responsibility. Being conscious of everything around us, we care for the people and our environment as well. There is a public demand for environmental safeguards and remedies to existing problems. Pollution. We have land pollution, water pollution, and air pollution. As an advocate for the preservation, restoration, and improvement of natural environment, we have been working hand in hand with our students, teachers, parents, and community since 2015. The launching of Upland Clean and Green program for a healthy and better living in 2015 has opened up avenues for numerous environmental activities. First, we have the drive for segregation of waste materials. Second, recycled plastic bottles campaign. New product out of plastic bottles. Third, plant growing contest. Medicinal plants and recycled improvised pot. Fourth, recycled lantern making contest. These are also new products made of plastics and trash. Fifth, hydration program, the tumbler campaign. Sixth, Trashionista, pageant of attires made of plastic and trash. For this school year, we are launching the Certified EcoSmart Challenge. To join, simply collect plastic wrappers, sachet or pouch of milk, biscuits, coffee, cut into small pieces, and fill up empty 1.5 of any soda bottles with plastic residuals. Make recycled plastic and any other plastic container into a new usable product. Make your own videos showing your finished products and shout, "This is and I am Certified EcoSmart." Send your video to EcoSmart MCA Philippines Facebook account and subscribe, like, and share EcoSmart MCA Philippines on YouTube. Videos will be uploaded by EcoSmart MCA Philippines in the YouTube by batch. Here are the examples of the award. Techno Clever or Eco Technology. Extra care and obligation to technology. Plastic Clever. We are focusing on the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle plastic. Extra care and obligation to plastic. Fauna clever, eco-fauna. Extra care and obligation to animals and pets. Did you know that dogs are like 2-year-old humans? Research shows that dogs are able to reason, count to 5, and understand up to 250 words, similar to the average toddler. And did you also know that spending time with our pets can increase confidence and lower stress? Laughter relieves our stress and reduces tension. If you own a dog or cat, chances are you spend a good deal of time laughing. Flora clever, ecoflora. Extra care and obligation to plants. Ornamental, medicinal, flowering, and fruit-bearing trees. Fitness clever, or eco-fitness. Extra care and obligation to good health. Did you know that 15 minutes of exercise every day can add 3 years to your life? If you stop working out, it takes twice as long to lose strength than it took to gain it. Did you also know that physical activity tends to increase HDL levels, which reduces your chance to develop heart disease? Food clever, eco-food preparation. Extra care and obligation to food preparation. Boiling, baking, roasting, even sandwich making and salad making. Water clever, eco water intake. Extra care and obligation to hydration. The best time to drink water. Drink water when you first get up. Drink water before each meal. Drink water with a snack. Drink water before and after workout. Have water with your medication if allowed. Drink more water to prevent illness following exposures. Arts and crafts clever. Eco arts and crafts. Extra care and obligation to arts and crafts. And lastly, environment clever, or eco-environment. Extra care and obligation to environment. We are the last generation with the real opportunity to save the earth and give back glory to the Maker. It is our collective and individual responsibility to preserve and tend to the world in which we all live. Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. Let's nurture the nature so that we can have a better future. Once again, this is EcoSmart MC in Philippines. Thank you and God bless.
Okay, so there you have it. You know, in contemplating on this program, the EcoCG program, it has been so many months ago that we were able to have a trial of the activities, and I believe that the experience that we have since 2012 or since 2013 regarding the environmental awareness has made us realize that it is possible to have this program in our school system. And so, let me first discuss with you, first thing first, about the project-based learning program or the project-based learning. I would like you to focus your attention on this quotation. It says, your mind is a powerful thing. When you fill it with positive thoughts, your life will start to change. They say we need to train our minds because training our minds to see good in everything is positivity, and positivity is a choice. The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. So as a starter, I would like you to look at the person on your right and left and see if they are ready to receive more information in today's seminar. So let us recap what we have yesterday. So each participant must briefly answer aloud a sentence completion based on yesterday's webinar on modular-based learning or MBL. So I want you to complete the sentence so that you will incite your mind, so that you will have an exercise of the mind, and that this morning will be alive as we start this webinar. So I want you to complete the sentence. Say, I want to remember something I learned yesterday. One word to sum up what I learned. Something I already knew. I'm still confused about. An aha moment that I had about the seminar. Okay, I guess you have said it all. You have remembered what you have learned yesterday about the MBL. Well, as I was saying, we are so proud of the module that we have because it has been tied up with the following effective strategies suited to different types of learners. We have active learning strategies. We put the students at the center of the learning process, enriching the classroom experience, and boosting engagement. So in modular based learning, we have the mind to engage everyone, including us, to them, to the students. We also tied up with experiential learning activities. So build knowledge and skills through direct experience. Project-based learning, this is what are we going to have this morning. It uses an open-ended approach in which students work alone or collectively to produce an engaging, intricate curriculum-related questions or challenges. And of course, inquiry-based learning is subdivided into 4 categories, all of which promote the importance of students' development of question, ideas, and analysis. And of course, last but not the least, focuses on changing or adapting learning content for students on an individual basis, particularly with the help of technology. So nowadays, our way of learning is through the help of the technology. And of course, we regard so much the 21st century learning skills. The 7 C's, we have critical thinking, problem solving, creativity and innovation, collaboration, teamwork and leadership, cross-cultural understanding, communication and media fluency, computing and ICT fluency, career and self-reliance. So in the 21st century learning, these skills are very much important so that the progress of learning will be evident. Of course, this project-based learning is very important in the modular approach or modular teaching strategies. So project-based learning is a teaching method in which students learned leg activity engaging in real-world and personally meaningful project. That is what we are talking about related to EcoCG program. So, of course, questioning is very much needed. Inquiry, it's an approach of teaching and learning that places students' question, ideas, and observations at the center of learning experience. Natatandaan natin during our early days, 'di ba? Tayo yung mahilig magtanong, bakit po? No? Laging may bakit, laging may why. So those are the questions that will be answered in project-based learning. And of course, there are essential elements that will be included in PBL, the significant content, of course, the content standard, the academic relevance, so the use of MELC or most essential learning competencies is very important. The driving question, this will be the guide of the project-based learning. The student voice and choice. It's always the student that chooses the direction of their learning. The 21st century skill, the inquiry, innovation, feedback, and revision. Of course, it should be assessed through the use of rubrics. Publicly presented products. So, we have 5 steps to bear in mind in PBL. And I want you to realize the acronym of these steps. Number 1 is structure or really designing. You have to design or structure a particular project that you're about to do. So identify competencies and interdisciplinary ties. You have to jot down possible content. You have to formulate a driving question. Students or teachers should brainstorm on the possible projects that will address the driving question. So it's always the driving question that will serve as a guide to come up with a very good project. And of course, after having all of this, you need to document ideas in a project planning form. So later on, you'll find out that you can do a template, your own template. The second is execute, the how to do. So make sure that all students in a group must have, the SMART task. Anyone who wants to achieve a goal, who wants to hit the target, must have a SMART task. And SMART task means specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. Of course, we need to have a tangible artifacts or the output. Ito nga yung ating basis ng ating learning. And of course, arising problems, you need to troubleshoot. Hindi tayo titigil na when there is a problem, tigil na kaagad. We have to find solution. And of course, give meaningful feedback. Third is evaluate or assess. So how do we assess? We assess through the use of rubrics. And a very good scoring rubrics has a clear criteria, categories for grading, has concrete and specific descriptors, and has distinctive gradations and is valid and reliable. So showing here an example of a rubrics which has the criterion, the task, the level of performance, the score, and the descriptor. And of course, we have the D, the documentation, the presentation publicly. It's very important that we exhibit good projects of our students. It could be in the form of investigatory project wherein it is being exhibited, where you publicly present the project of the students. Next, we have for the step 5, the self-mirroring or reflection and realization. You know, assessment and evaluation is very important. When we want to see how well have we done, we go back to how it was done. So, what things did I do well? What things could I have done better? And in what other ways, in what other ways can I improve? These are the questions that will guide us to the next time that we do the activity, we will arrive on a successful outcome. We don't learn from experiences. We learn from reflecting on the experience, according to John Dewey. So, the project planner has 5 parts. So, as you can see here, you have project overview, learning goals, project milestone, or the procedure. Hindi naman nawawala yan on a certain project, how to do it. Of course, the time plan, timetable, time format. Is it daily monitoring? Is it weekly or monthly or a year? And lesson planner, the supporting resource with the guidance of planning daily lessons to meet the needs of all the learners. Teachers should have a follow-up of what has been happening to the project of the students. This is just a simple planner. You can modify, you can change, you can have your own planner or template for the PBL. One thing very important or related to this is looking at the readiness and interest and the profile of a student. So, I guess you have heard this, the tiered instruction is also being tied up with the modular. So, it provides teacher with a means of assigning different tasks within the same lesson or unit. Because we all know that learning capacity of student and pupil, it varies. So, they will have the same aim to do, but in a very different way. Most of the time, there will be a differentiated approaches because of the differentiated learners, but you will still arrive on the same goal. So the task will vary according to readiness, interest, and learning profiles. What can be tiered? We can modify, we can differentiate assignments, activities, assessment, materials, experiments, homeworks, etc. So, in PBL, the concept is, it's not always about creating something. Hindi laging, okay, you have to create your own or you have to design your own. It's also creating useful to help others. So, say for example, yung mga bloggers, no? So, yung mga YouTube videos can help a person in many different ways. So, walang ano dito, walang pang mayaman lang ba yan or pang mahirap or pang simpleng tao. Everyone will benefit. You can have fairs, posters, pamphlets, timelines, maps, murals, blog posts, board games, tips on simplification of something off and shared on and off. Now, we are talking about the project-based learning through EcoCG. The creation of EcoSmart Challenge was based on the previously done activities of Oplan Clean and Green Program. So, since 2015, ginagawa na po natin yan. Some of the schools are participating on this, pero ang biyaya ng Panginoon, nabuo natin at nakita natin na it could be a good way so that our students can be motivated in learning. Lalo pa ngayon na we are on a quarantine, no, yung lockdown na sinasabi, not all can go out, especially the students. They cannot go out right away. They need to stay home. So, being in the four corners of the room, that is so boring and so tiresome na tingnan mo pa lang yung 4 na sulok ng bahay nyo, nakakapagod na yon. Pero with this program, no, students, pupils are excited on how and when he is going to finish the project. So, maraming mga creative way para magawa ng bata ito. So, what is EcoCG program? EcoCG program is an enhanced campaign for Oplan Clean and Green program for a healthy and better living. This is a 30-minute program with the collaboration of the different subjects for project-based learning. So, if we are going to assess performance, you use this EcoCG program. So, anong objectives? What are the objectives of EcoCG? Be an eco-smart individual. Eco means environmental commitment and obligation smart. Nowadays, we take care of ourselves. Nowadays, we give focus on everyone's need. We fail to see our surroundings' need. That our surroundings, our environment, the Mother Earth is also in need. So it's high time that we put our share in the need of the earth. So first, ano ba yung nakikita nating problem? Number 1 problem, pollution. And we have land pollution, we have water pollution, we have noise pollution, and a lot more. So, live with the 3 R's objectives in one's home, school, and community. So, it does not only stop in every individual, but it transcends. It touches other people down to the community. Enhance the life skills using the EcoSmart Challenge. This is what I am referring to, the videos that we have watched. Embed in the spirituality, the values of the educators, learners, family, community, that we are steward of the nature. No one else can do this. We are all created by God. And because we believe in God, we believe that He has created all things, then we are the one responsible. We are accountable to this. So, yung core values, napakahalaga niyan. And in K-12, biyaya ng Panginoon na natap yan. Dati, hinahanap natin na sana magkaroon ng pagbabalik ng good manners and right conduct. Now, it's already a law, Republic Act 11476. So, yung core values, hinahanap natin sa mga bata, yung makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. So, nature is being part of our focus. So, in EcoCG program, Enhanced Campaign for Upland Clean and Green program, we have different focus. Focus on 3Rs plastic. On this project, you can tap Science, TLE, Hele, Arts, Computer, English, and Filipino. For gardening, pet tending, we have added landscaping. Even if you don't have a backyard or big space at home, in just a simple vase or a simple container, you can have your own mini landscaping. A terrarium, diba? That is a very exciting work for kids. We have arts and crafts, TLE, Hele, and other chosen subjects such as AP, Math, Filipino, and English. We also have robotics. Remember the artificial intelligence. Nowadays, robotics is very much in demand sa mga schools. And by the grace of God, ang Maranatha Christian Academy of IMUS chapter has won a thing in the other country. So international na yung kanilang pagsali is, I think, an experimentation that they had together with the senior high, mga estudyante nila, and they brought home the bacon. Praise God. Techno, those who love computer, those who love what do you call that, web design, those who love using computer in arts, in education. Yan. May mga batang ang skills ay dito sa techno. And of course, we have food and culinary arts, TLE, Hele, and computer. When we think of food, it does not necessarily mean, ay, ano yan, pagkain yan. The arts of cooking, baking, or preparing food. Fitness. One of the things that we must also consider is the fitness, exercise, and diet. Now, here is the EcoCG program matrix. This is our very own. Dear teachers, this is our own. Hindi natin to kinuha sa iba. It was being given by God when we had the chance to think of ways how to help our students in order for them to enjoy learning. Yan. Ito na yung kasagutan. EcoCG, ano-ano yung mga activities or work na dapat gawin. Focus on 3Rs. May award to. Ito yung kinaganda. Hindi ka basta gumawa. Hindi lang grade yung award. Students will have a chance to be recognized, will have a chance to receive an award. Kaya nga, yung sa teachers, ginawa nating mas madali lang. As a matter of fact, ang focus talaga natin dito is to eliminate, if not to really eliminate pala, to reduce plastics. Kasi alam naman natin, 500 years bago ma-degrade ang plastic. Ang buhay lang naman ng tao ay napakaikli. So, yung buhay na maikli, pag nagawa natin yung bahagi natin in the 3Rs, malaking bagay yon sa ating Mother Earth. Okay, so we have here the different types of EcoCG activities or program, and then there is an award. So, you will be called a clever person. Clever on plastic, clever on arts and crafts, clever on flora, on Fauna, water is water intake. So, hydration program to. Robotics on artificial intelligence. No, how are you going to design a robot that's not only a display but could also help the need of people. Later on, syempre mag-i-improve naman yung ating mga project. And then you have the fitness clever, techno clever, food clever, and landscape clever. Kasama dito ang environment clever. Of course, there are really people who are into helping our Mother Earth in achieving the health, the status of being healthy kahit na sobrang tanda na ng Earth. No? Gustong-gusto pa niyang magbigay ng serbisyo sa mga tao habang sila ay nandito pa sa mundo. Okay. So, ito yung bagong ad natin, landscaping, na sinasabi natin na even if you don't have big space at home, you can have the landscape art, landscape gardening on a container, on a pot, kahit na ano pong maliliit na vase, pwede natin gamitin. Okay, how EcoCG is done in school. We have the daily activity. Yung daily activity, ito yung hindi nawawala. Araw-araw to. Life skills, fitness, hydration program, yan. The 3 R's, arts and crafts. Kaya nakadistribute siya sa bawat araw. Okay, in order to do the EcoCG program, monitoring sheets could be of help. So we have life skills program, we have the monitoring sheets. There are legends at the bottom. Now, important thing about this, life skills program is an advocacy to educate young minds on the benefits of being organized and clean. So, helping household activities at home can give a chance for the students to do their part in their household. We have fitness habit program, the exercise, the diet. Here, fitness habit program is an advocacy to educate the young minds of the benefits of exercise. So, may dalawang legends dito. You have the first letter of each word, like yung mga pwedeng gawing source ng ating mga exercise, yung jogging, walking, stretching, dance, and Zumba. So, just take the first letter of the word. So, say for example, I did stretching only. So that's that's letter S. And how many minutes have you stretched out? Kung 3 minutes, o di S, 3. Ibig sabihin, 3 minutes. Pero nandun pa rin sa legend. Pero yung gagamitin mo instead of 3 is a square or a rectangle. Yan. May mga code. And then, of course, we have the hydration program. Thank you so much sa ating mga mentor. Sa ating mahal na Presbyter Lily Ferriol, na sila yung talagang nag-initiate ng hydration program, and then ang ating congresswoman. No, what we did here in Alabang is we let the students have their own tumbler. Kasi sa hydration program, instead of buying bottled water, imagine niyo yung bottled water every day na sa isang bata, kung sa umaga pagdating niya, iinom siya ng tubig, bottled water. Sa recess, sa tanghali, sabihin na natin 3 na lang or 4. No? I-times mo yan sa number of students na iinom ng tubig. Without the tumbler, etong mga empty bottles will be, sabi nga, a heap. No? tatambak yan sa landfill at yan ang nagiging cause ng maraming basura. But in hydration program, it's not only the use of tumbler because may mga store, no, na ang kanilang pledge. They pledge to bring their own tumbler to save the planet. And in hydration program, mayroong healthy habit formation. O, pag sinabi nating healthy habit formation, parang you cannot do away with drinking water anymore. In the first place, maraming health benefits. Una, dito sa acronym, helps create fun and excitement during drinking time. So, everybody will be excited to drink kasi mayroong drinking time. So, pag sinabi ni teacher, drinking time, everybody will drink. Yields oxygen reproduction, detoxifies bodies from diseases causing element, replenish lost water in the body. Merong isang testimony ng parents na nang matuto yung anak niya ng tamang pag-inom, no, umayos yung kanilang katawan, naging healthy, no, at naging malinaw yung kanilang urine. Siyempre nga naman na nade-detoxify, transforms the dryness of the skin, improves blood circulation, optimize the energy to do work, normalize urine color, yan, helps maintain normal body bowel function. And using a tumbler during hydration program, nare-reduce ang mga waste material sa ating paligid. According to research, 80% of the use of bottles, no, end up in landfill or ocean. And 500 years po talaga bago ma-degrade ang mga plastic. So, we need to be, kumbaga magkaroon tayo ng consciousness pagdating dito. 100 million plastic bottles ang nagagamit ng tao sa buong mundo. 100 million, imagine that. Na hindi naman, kumbaga pag itinapon mo, ano na yan, basura na yan, hindi na yan makakatulong maliban na we do the 3 R's. And we have the monitoring sheet. So sa monitoring sheet, we have, for example, 1 tumbler, 2 tumblers, 3 tumblers. Ilalagay lang yung number of star doon sa loob ng mga boxes. And it is being monitored by parents. Ang ginawa namin dito, every classroom ay dinadalhan ng mga gallons of water. And of course, yung study habit program. Isa yan sa napakagandang dapat na ang mga bata ay masanay, ang mag-aral. Aral na sa umaga, aral pa sa gabi. Ganun talaga, study habit program. At meron din itong legend. So, iba-iba yung pag-aaral na ginagawa ng bata. Hindi naman laging nag-aaral kasi may quiz o kasi may exam. Minsan, reading, no? O kaya naman, review lang ng pinag-aralan. So, meron ditong legend ng study habit program activity. Kung reading lang, you put a star. Kung you do the assignment, you have the circle. Kung gumawa ng project, itinuloy sa bahay, triangle. At kung nag-review lang, heart. Yan. Okay. So, EcoCG program PBL template. So, kinumbay na natin si PBL with the EcoCG. Dito, sample template lang ito. You can modify para sa inyong mga school. But, sabi ko nga, lahat ng pinag-aaralan natin dito is not compulsory. This is just a help. Tulong ito sa bawat isa sa atin. Kasi nga naman, baka naman dahil wala ka lang maipagawa, kaya sige, gumawa ka ng arts and craft, 'di ba? Pero sabi nga sa PBL, there is a driving question. Students can draw ideas dun sa real life scenario. So say for example, ngayon, lockdown, no? Anong pwedeng gawin ng bata sa mga bagay na dapat sana ay itatapon na to be useful? Itong mga driving questions, these are questions na hindi mo matatagpuan sa libro. Ito ay masasagot ng isang proyekto. Ayan, yan ang driving question, which is beneficial sa tao, beneficial sa komunidad. Okay? So, for arts and craft, pwedeng sketching, first quarter, second quarter, oil pastel, third quarter, clay art, and then collage, pag samasamahin mo na sila, no? And then, for gardening, pwedeng, okay, kumbaga, solicit question, medicinal plants, una muna. Bakit medicinal plants? Kasi, ngayong tag-ulan, ano ba ang madalas na sakit? Di dengue, yan. So, how are you going to provide a certain parang ways and means para masugpo ang dengue? May mga medicinal plants na nagtataboy ng mga lamok. Okay. So, pwede rin namang vegetable plants, no? Siyempre, hindi ka lang basta, sige, pechay, o kaya talong, hindi. You need to let the students brainstorm on this. Ano yung nutrition facts na nandoon sa mga itatanim. And then, you can have flowering or ornamental plant, fruit-bearing, etc. And so on and so forth, no? For robotics, you can have your template. Now, for last few parts na po, here we have example of a schedule, no? Everybody has been asking, ano ba talagang schedule? Ilang minutes ba talaga? Sabi ko nga, hanggat hindi pa nagsisimula ang klase, hanggat nakikita natin na wala pang final. So, maganda dito, meron na tayong pwedeng sundan. Okay? Kung sinasabi ng DepEd na 40 minutes, okay na ang isang subject sa buong linggo, then, gumawa tayo ng related, no? But this time, tignan natin itong sample na ito, na I have already shown it to other writers para maging basis din. So, yung routinary activities, part na yan ng program. Hindi lang, sa bahay lang yan. Hello, nasa bahay na ngayon yung classroom natin. Kaya, part na to ng kanila activity. Routinary activity, 7 to 8, includes life skills, yung self-preparation, dishwashing, fixing the bed, cleaning the house, yan. May monitor yan. Fitness program, stretching, warm-up, zumba, jogging, walking, etc. Hydration program. Daily virtual check-up, ito yung kailangan sa pasimula ng mga klase. No? That includes flag ceremony, prayer, values, and of course, reminder. Good, kapag yung kasunod na subject, ikaw pa rin yung subject teacher. So, does not necessarily mean na si teacher ay laging naroon sa harap ng laptop at kinakausap ang mga bata. Meron tayong tinatawag na synchronous and asynchronous. Ito yung pamamaraan ng pag-deliver natin ng learning sa mga bata. So, when you say synchronous, happening in real time, no, gagamit ng mga gadget that will help disseminate yung mga lesson through video conferencing, video call, chatting, messaging. When we say asynchronous, ito yung bata, meron siyang nakatakdang schedule, sinusundan niya ito at his or her own pace, doing it independently at nagiging successful siya sa pagkatuto sa pamamagitan ng module, yan, sa pamamagitan ng module at ng iba't iba pang mga resources. Kaya, kung mahina ang wifi, pwedeng, pasa information, text mo naman sa akin, yan. Kung malakas naman ang wifi, good. Pwedeng mag-Google, no? Pwedeng kumuha sa YouTube, so on and so forth. Kinaganda sa atin, we have the LMS, so blended online modular with LMS. Blended modular plus internet or other electronic gadgets to help learning. So here, makikita natin, may mga major subjects but it's very limited. May mga minor subjects, very limited, pero incorporate natin ang EcoCG. So meaning to say, pag Monday, focus mo lang 3 hours kung ano yung assignment na napagkasunduan na nagagawin, then focus on that on Monday. 13 minutes lang naman yan. What if natapos na po lahat? Then you can utilize the time para sa ibang project. Anyway, this is collaborative. Ibig sabihin, ang mga subjects ay, kumbaga sa performance task, hindi lang isang subject ang nakikinabang. Collaboration of different subject. Here, meron tayong portion ng regular consultation period. At hindi nawawala ang study habit, hindi nawawala ang life skills, activities, at ang continuation ng EcoCG. Now, for Saturdays, so hindi rin mawawala ang ating GMRC, Christian Education, Values Education, focus talaga. Kasi ang Saturday, counted yan sa number of days sa kabuuan ng isang taon. So, we can also have extracurricular activities. Yung mga batang mahuhusay sa pagsulat, then they will have a training on journalism. Yung mga batang gustong matrain sa mathematics, they can have the MTAP. Nagpapatuloy yan. And of course, the homeroom guidance program. Dito yung social-emotional, no? Pinapaigting yan. Ang connection ng teachers with the students. Ang mga pamamaraan ng paglago spiritually. So, meron din tayong Bible program. Siyempre, ang prayer time. So, dito parang naisulat ko yon. May midday prayer. Kasi dito sa amin sa Alabang, ang aming mga estudyante ay mayroong midday prayer. Meron ding midday Bible reading. Praise the Lord. Kasi we have our own Bible. Kumbaga, customized yan sa Maranatha Christian Academy. So, ang daming pwedeng gawin sa EcoCG program and project-based learning. Tandaan natin, modular is tied up with the different strategies. Ano yung mga strategies? Active learning, experiential, project-based, adaptive learning, and so on and so forth. Lahat ng ito yung yaman ng learning process, ng learning activity. So with this, makakatiyak tayo na matagumpay yung bawat mga learning process and activities sa loob ng eskwelahan na ngayon ay nasa mga tahanan na. Siyempre, with the help of the learning assistants, could be ang mga elderly, ang mga parents, ang mga guardians sa kani-kaniyang mga tahanan. A big help for every one of us with this program. And once again, we thank you for being with us. Konting oras lang ito, pero I hope na I have imparted to you some knowledge that will help our next coming school year, our part on this new normal education. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. And before I end up, I would like you to once again watch a video so that hindi lang yung ating mga minds, ang ating mga intellect ang nafi-feed, maging ang ating mga heart. Sapagkat when the heart is getting bigger, everything in us gets stronger and better. Thank you so much, and I hope you have received the message of the story of a bamboo, the resiliency, the meaning of life, the meaning of purpose and life is to glorify the name of the Lord. Thank you so much for being with me. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Pastor Aina De La Torre. Please stay tuned for the next webinar.
Good day po, teachers. Welcome po muli sa ating panibagong episode ng webinar. I hope na may natutunan po ang bawat isa sa atin sa mga naunang episodes. Sa mga pagkakataong ito, atin pong tatalakayin ang image sequencing at ang fill in the blanks. Uunahin po ngayon natin ang image sequencing. Okay po, dear teachers, since naka-login na po ang bawat isa sa atin, ang magiging starting point natin ang atin pong mga dashboard. First thing to do, teachers, ay hahanapin po natin ang ating subject. Okay po, since kanina pa po may napili na po tayong subject sa mga naunang lessons, sa mga naunang episodes, ang inaasahan ko po ang bawat isa na naka-open na po sa kanilang mga subject. At sa mga pagkakataong ito, pipiliin ko pong subject ay ang grade 6 science. Okay po. So, ayan po. Ito na po ang ating sample subject for this episode. So, gaya po ng aking sabi, image sequencing po ang ating uunahin. Now, how to add an activity using the image sequencing. The first thing na gagawin po natin, dear teachers, sisiguraduhin po natin na naka-turn editing on po tayo. Kung makikita niyo po sa aking dashboard, ayan po, nandito na po tayo ngayon sa grade school science 6 na subject. Gaya po ng aking sabi na be sure na kapag mag-edit po tayo or mag-a-add po tayo ng any resources or activities, kailangan po naka-turn editing on. Now, ang turn editing on is only available para po sa mga editing teachers. Okay po? Now, hahanapin natin kung saan makikita ang turn editing on. Hanapin po natin yung settings icon. Ayan po. Nandito lang po siya sa upper right side. Ito po. Then, click. Then, find turn editing on na nasa pangalawang lang po siya. Okay po? Just click turn editing on and wait for it to load. So, panibagong display na naman po ang pinakita sa atin ni Moodle. So, kanina, ito rin po yung content, but may nabago lang po. Meron na po siyang edit. Ayan po, nasa right side po ng ating screen. And we have add an activity or resource. Okay, ganyan din po sa ibang mga content. Now, if we are going to add an activity, for example, since this one has a content already, so proceed po tayo sa pinakababa. Since nandun po yung add activity, scroll down lang po natin, scroll down. Ayan po, scroll down. Ayan. And there we go. Ayan po. Sa first quarter, we have add an activity or resource. Now, gusto ko pong mag-add ng activity sa third quarter. Now, kung wala pa pong content ang ating mga subjects, Okay po, kung bare pa po siya. But I'm pretty sure na may mga laman na po siya since may mga nauna na pong discussions sa atin kung paano gumawa ng activity. So, aking po pipiliin ay under ng third quarter. Click lang po natin ang add an activity or resource. Okay po. Click lang po natin. Then, ipapakita po ni Moodle kung ano po yung mga or anong klaseng activity po ang gusto po nating gawin. Okay po? So, we have, click po natin yung interactive content or H5P na tinatawag. Ito pong naka-block. Ayan po. Scroll down nyo lang po yung mga screen nyo under add an activity or resource. Hanapin po natin again ang interactive content or ang tinatawag po nating H5P. Pag kinlik po natin yan, ayan po, sa may babang parte ng ating page, makikita po natin yung add. Just click add lang po. Ayan po, makikita po ninyo sa aking screen. Ayan po, gayahin lang po natin. Click add. Again, once nag-add po tayo ng another activity or resource, please make sure, dear teachers, na naka-turn editing on. So, saka lang po natin ma-edit ang isang subject or content ng subject once naka-turn editing on. Okay po? So, ito na po ang kinalabasan, ang dinisplay po ni Moodle sa ating page. So, we have here yung subject po natin na Grade School Science 6. Then, we have this under the subject, name of the subject is our directory. Then we have here, adding a new interactive content to third quarter. So, since for third quarter yung gagawin po nating activity, so, automatic na nag-ano po siya under third quarter. Okay? So, the first thing na makikita po natin is the description. Ang description po, ito po yung nagde-describe doon po sa ating magiging activity. Okay po? Dinidescribe niyo po yung kung anong klaseng activity meron tayo or any description you want to put in your activity. Okay? Let's take for example here, sa ating description na ating pong ilalagay the order of planets. Ayan po. Depende po sa inyo teacher at lalong-lalong po sa mga editing teacher kung ano pong description ang gusto niyo pong ilagay. Or we can just simply type or encode planets. Ayan po. Then, if we want to display it on our course page, so just click the checkbox dyan po sa display description on course page para po makikita ng bata yung description po doon sa course page. Okay po. Again, ang description po ay para po sa activity na ating gagawin. Description po ng mismong activity. Okay po. Hindi pa po siya yan yung instruction po natin sa ating activity. Okay po. So, let's proceed. So, we have editor. Dito po natin pipiliin kung anong klaseng H5P or anong pong klaseng interactive content ang ating pong gagawin. Okay po. Since ang naka-assign po sa atin na pag-aaralan ngayon ay ang image sequencing. So, hanapin lang po natin ang image sequencing or we can just simply encode, type lang po natin image sequencing. Ayan po. Di-display na po ni Moodle ang image sequencing. Okay po. Again, under po ng editor. So, makikita na po natin kung ano pong content ng activity ang gusto po natin or type of content or type of activity na gusto natin gawin. So, ito po. So, ang nakasign po na sa atin ngayon ay image sequencing. In-encode ko lang po si image sequencing sa search bar. Then, dinisplay na po ni Moodle ang image sequencing. Ayan po. Just click image sequencing. Then, And i-display po ni Moodle kung ano po mga informations needed for our activity. So, under po ng image sequencing, ito na po ang naka-display. So, we have here tutorial. Then we have example. Tutorial is tutorial po about the image sequencing. So, we have here also an example. So, on the right side, we have the copy, paste, and replace. So, image sequencing. The first thing na mapapansin po natin is the title. Ang title po, ito po yung i-display ni Moodle sa ating course page. So, it is important na madaling ma-identify ng bata or yung yung magiging display po doon sa ating course page. Since once na may pinasagutan po tayo sa bata, for example, since this is already under third quarter, sasabihin po natin na please answer activity 1 ng third quarter. So, something ganon. Mabilis lang ma-identify ng bata kung anong activity yung pinapasagutan ni teacher. So, para po dito sa ating title, ano po natin? Lagyan po natin title ng activity 1. Lagyan po natin ng maliit na description sa title mismo. So, we have here planets. Sorry. Planets. So, ayan po. So, we have activity 1, planets. Okay po. By the way, teachers, sabayan nyo na lang po ako kung ano po yung ginagawa kong instruction or pong ginagawa ko sa aking screen right now. So, we have our title already. So, under that one, we have task description. Task description, a guide telling the user how to solve this task. Okay? So, meron na po siyang description na nakalagay. Usually, sa H5P, meron na po talaga siyang, under task description, meron na po siyang sample na description or instruction sa ating activity. So, like this one, we have the Moodle displayed drag to arrange the images in the correct sequence. So, depende sa teacher po kung meron po siyang panibagong mode of instruction or instruction, sariling instruction niya po, or okay na po yung dinisplay ni Moodle. Okay po. So, para hindi na po tayo mag-isip kung ano pong instruction, ayan po. Just drag drag to arrange the images in the correct sequence. Okay po. But then, gusto ko po siyang baguhin. Drag the images according to the right of the planets. Okay po. So, ayan. So, we have here our instruction. So, under that one, task description, we have the alternate task description, a guide intended for visually impaired users on how to solve this task. Okay, make the following list be ordered correctly. Use the cursor keys to navigate through the list items. Saan tayo? Use space to activate or deactivate an item and the cursor keys to move it. So, ayan po. When we say alternate task, we have here images. So, sa image sequencing, mapapansin po natin from the word itself, image, and from the word itself, sequencing, i-arrange lang po natin in the correct order yung mga images. Depende po doon sa task description na binigay po sa atin. Okay po? Since, para ma-arrange po ng bata ng maayos yung yung images na nilagay natin, isa-set up na po natin yung correct sequence ng ginagawa po nating activity. Okay po. So, first thing is, you should prepare your images, dear teachers. Okay, I'll be giving you, for this activity, I'll be giving you 10 minutes to download the planets of the solar system, yung 8 planets po. Okay po. Yes po. That will be for 10 minutes. I hope na makapag-download po ang bawat isa sa atin within a given time, 10 minutes, para po masabayan po natin ang ating discussion today. Okay po? Okay, again, please download, dear teachers, the 8 planets of the solar system. Okay po? Your timer starts now po. Okay po, tapos na po ang ating 10 minutes, dear teachers. So, proceed na po tayo. Again po, uulitin ko lang po ang mga procedures. First thing, we have to put the title. Lagyan po natin ang title yung magiging activity po natin. But be sure na ang activity po natin ay madaling makita or madaling matandaan ng mga bata since ito po yung mag-a-appear po sa ating course page. So, ang ating pong nilagay na as title, Activity 1, Planets or the Activity 1 dash Planets. So, proceed po tayo sa task description. So, under task description, ito po yung magiging instruction po natin sa ating activity. Okay? Drag the images according to the right order of the planets. Then, the next one is the alternate task description. Sa alternate task description, ito po yung description wherein napaka-detalyado po yung ating instruction para po sa mga kids po natin na nahihirapan po minsan sa pag-intindi po ng instruction. Since ang instruction po natin na nakalagay sa task description is napaka-brief lang po. But here, sa alternate task description, elaborated po yung instruction natin. Okay po? So, proceed po tayo sa images. Kanina po, hinayaan ko po kayo, binigyan ko po kayo ng 10 minutes to download the 8 planets of the solar system. Now, gagamitin po natin yung mga dinownload po nating images from the internet. Or kung meron man po tayong nakasave na sa ating mga desktop or mga laptops, mas okay po iyon. Okay po? So, sa pag-add po or pag-upload po ng images, so, ito po, meron po tayong makikita dito. Add. Follow nyo lang po yung aking screen. Gumagalaw po ang aking mouse cursor. Ayan po. Click lang po natin yung add. Ayan po. So, hahanapin lang po natin kung saan po natin na-save yung images po natin. Okay po? Sa akin naman po, nasa desktop. There. Ayan po. So, the first image would be, here po sa images, dapat sunod-sunod na po yung ating mga images. Kung ano po yung nasa instruction natin, ganun na din po yung pagkakasunod-sunod ng ating images. Okay po. So, we have, the first one would be the Mercury. Just click Mercury, yung image ng Mercury. And be sure, dear teachers, na ang names po ng ating images ay ganun din po ang mag-a-appear sa ating H5P content. So, ayan po, naklik na po natin si Mercury. Then, click Open. Nasa may bandang ibaba po. Once na-click open na po natin, i-upload na po ni Moodle ang image na nilagay po natin. Okay po? Okay. So, the next one would be the image description. Under image description is the description for users who cannot recognize the image. Let's take for example na matagal mag-load, may mahinang internet yung ating mga estudyante. So, at least sa under image description, dinidescribe na ni image description, yung image po mismo natin. Okay po? Without knowing na, or kahit hindi pa po nakikita ni estudyante yung image, alam na po na ni estudyante na it refers to doon po sa image na Mercury, which is yung dinownload po natin. For example, ito po. And po. So, we have Mercury. Okay. Audio files, an optional audio for the card to play. So, it is optional. So, pwede din po tayong mag-add po ng audio dyan when it comes to instructions. So, ayan po. Kita ko lang po sa inyo yung mga ginawa po natin from the top. And Okay, next po tayo, teachers. Sa pangalawang image po, click lang po natin yung number 2 na nandito po. Tingnan po ang aking screen. Ito po, gumagalaw po ang aking cursor. Click po natin si number 2 image. So, kung mapapansin po natin, dear teachers, na kanina, ang nakalagay po sa number 1 ay image, word image. Ngayon po, since binago po natin yung image description into Mercury, so nag-appear po yung description natin doon po sa number 1. Naging Mercury po siya. Instead of image, naging Mercury po siya. Okay, sa number 2 na po tayo. Then, same procedure hanggang sa matapos po natin yung lahat or mai-upload po natin lahat ng mga images. Okay, next picture would be Venus. Click po natin si Venus. Ayan po. Then, open. Moodle is already uploading the image. You have selected. Then, the description. Lagay natin si Venus. And then, click po tayo ng number 3 for another image. So, we have, of course, ang ating planet, Earth. Under image description, encode po natin si Earth. Since 3 lang po siya, we need 8. So, we still need 5 more. So, add image lang po tayo. Add image. Next po natin ay Mars. Hanapin natin si Mars. Uy, kumare. Mars. Ayan, ina-upload na po ni Moodle. Type po natin Mars. Okay po. For number 5, ano pong next ng Mars? Laan niyo po, teacher, ano pong next ng Mars? Mars, pautang po. Jupiter. We have Jupiter po, dear teacher, hindi po pautang. Mars po utang. Jupiter po ang kasunod ng Mars. So, we have number 6. Same procedure lang po. We have, next one would be Saturn. Ayan po. Next kay Saturn would be Uranus. And lastly, we have Neptune. So, ayan po. Naset na po natin ang mga images according po dun sa pagkasunod-sunod ng planets. So, ayan po. Review lang po natin from the top. Adding a new interactive content to third quarter, we have the first one, description. Lagay po natin planets. Under ng editor, we have the image sequencing, yung type of content po natin for today. So, we have title. Nilagay po natin title, activity 1 dash planets. Then, task description, drag the images according to the right order of the planets. And then, alternate task description. Ayan po, kalagay. Hindi na po natin inedit kung ano po yung nilagay ni Moodle. Ayan po. So, we have the images, of course. Baba po tayo. So, we have here the behavioral settings. Huwag na po natin pakialaman. Then, we have text overrides and translations. Display options. Then, we have grade. Under po ng grade, we have first one, the grade category. Once na-discuss na po ang grades and gradebook setup, may makikita po tayong category dito. But for now, ang nakalagay lang po is uncategorized. So, sample ng mga category would be the first quarter grade or first quarter written works, first quarter performance task, or kung saan po nabibilong itong content na ginagawa natin. Let's take for example, third quarter performance task. Since activity po siya, bibilong po natin siya sa performance task. Okay po? Grade to pass. So, we have here grade to pass. Yan po. Let's say, for example, 5. Always have. Then we have the maximum grade, which is 10. Edit po natin si 10. Edit din po natin si 5. Gawin po natin 4 since we have only 8 items. Ayan po. Then, collapse lang po natin si grade. Then, most especially, dear teachers, save and display po natin. Lahat po ng gagawin natin, dear teachers, kailangan po natin siyang i-save. Do not forget to save para lahat po ng ginawa natin ay masisave, of course. Hindi po siya waste. Okay? It's either save and return to course or save and display. Since we want it to display, gusto po natin siyang makita after po natin i-edit, save and display po natin. Okay po? Yes, leave. Then, there you go. Ayan na po. Yan na po ang pagkakasunod po ng ating planets. But then, ang ginawa po ni Moodle, ni-random niya po, ginumble niya po yung mga images para kapag sinagutan po ng bata or ng estudyante po natin, hindi po tulad nung ginawa or during setup na ginawa po natin. Okay po, na nakasunod-sunod na po yung mga planets. Ngayon, automatic na ginajumble ni Moodle yung images para sagutan na po ng bata. Ready na po for answering na po. Okay po? So, ayan po yung mga images na naka-upload sa ating Moodle or activity. So, we have here, ayan po. Ayan po. That would be the end of our discussion regarding image sequencing. But for now, gusto pong bigyan kayo ng 10 minutes, another 10 minutes para ma-explore pa po ang image sequencing and how to edit it. Then, kung paano nyo, or bigyan po kayo ng oras para masagutan ang mga pinaggagawa po natin. Ayan po. Yung activity yung ginawa po natin. Okay po, try po nating sagutan. Ayan po. Drag lang po natin. Ayan, drag the images according to the right order of the planets. Then, ayan po. That's it. Tapos na po ang ating discussion regarding image sequencing. And right now, proceed na po tayo sa next topic po natin, which is the fill in the blanks. So, paano po tayo makakabalik po sa paggawa ng ating activity? So, kung mapapansin po ninyo sa aking screen, ito pong nasa upper part, yung pong tinuturo ng aking mouse cursor. Ayan po. Yan po ang tinatawag nating directory. So, i-click lang po natin si third quarter. Okay po. Click po natin si third quarter, then ilo-load na po ni Moodle and iba na po yung magiging display. Babalik po niya tayo doon sa editing section ng activities. Okay? So, we have here, add an activity or resource. Babalik po tayo doon sa naunang procedure na ginawa po natin. So, just click add an activity or resource, then i-display po ni Moodle yung mga or type of activities na gusto nating gawin. Ayan po, nakalista po. Or kung resource man siya. But right now, ang activity na gagawin po natin ay fill in the blank. So, under po siya ng H5P or ang tinatawag po nating interactive content. Ayan po. After clicking ng ating interactive content, click lang po natin si add. Then, ilo-load ni Moodle. After that one, yung magiging display is like this. So, adding a new interactive content to third quarter, description, kaya po ng ating sabi kanina, description, ito po yung description mismo ng ating activity or with regards with our activity. So, dito po, we have planets. So, nag-auto-fill na siya. But then, since planet din naman po ang ating magiging sample again sa ating gagawing activity, so, hayaan na lang po natin. Antayin ko po ang bawat isa na makapaglagay po ng description. Planets pa din po. Okay? If you want it to be displayed sa course page, just click the checkbox ng display description on course page. Okay po? The next one we have the editor. Ayan po. Okay? Just type fill in the blanks. Ayan po. At dadalhin na po tayo ni Moodle or i-display na po ni Moodle yung hinahanap po natin. So, ito pong fill in the blanks. Okay po? Just click fill in the blanks. Then, ilo-load na po ni Moodle yung information, necessary informations na kailangan natin i-fill in para magawa po yung ating activity. So, we have here the first one, of course, our title. Again, ang title po natin should be maiksi lang and then madali siyang hanapin kapag nagbigay tayo ng instructions sa ating mga estudyante. Since kanina po ay activity 1 under third quarter, ngayon naman po, since pangalawang activity na po ito, lagay po natin activity 2. Okay, dash planets. So, ayan po. Regarding pa rin po siya sa planets. So, we have here, the next one is the task description. A guide telling the user how to answer this task. Ibig sabihin, instruction po ito ng ating activity. Dito po natin ilalagay ang ating instruction. So, okay na po siya, fill in the missing words or pwede rin pong fill in the blanks. Ganun po. Okay na po yan. So, we have here itong text blocks. Dito po natin i-encode yung activity, yung mismong content ng ating activity. Okay? But before doing or making the content ng ating activity, we have here 3 important instructions. Okay, the first one, blanks are added an asterisk in front and behind the correct word or phrase. Ibig sabihin po, yung magiging sagot po natin ay ilalagay na din po natin kasama ng ating question. But then, ang indication po ng sagot natin will be enclosed with an asterisk. Okay po? Again, ang ating po magiging sagot ay isasama na po natin sa pag-encode sa ating text field. Okay? But the indication ng ating sagot will be enclosed with an asterisk. Okay po? Pag sinabi po natin enclosed, meron pong asterisk sa unahan ng word and meron din pong asterisk sa pinakadulo ng word or after ng mismong word. Okay po? Then, the second instruction is alternative answers are separated with forward slash. Okay po? Kapag meron po tayong more than one answers, okay? So, ang gagawin lang po natin, isa-separate lang po natin yung pangalawa or pangatlong sagot with a slash. Okay? Then, we have the last instruction. You may add a textual tip using a colon in front of the tip. Okay? Let's say, for example, we have our answer. So, for example, Jupiter, ang ating sagot. Kapag lalagyan po natin siya ng textual tip or yung hint na sinasabi, just add colon after the word or after ng answer. Then, yung mismong hint na gusto nating ibigay sa bata. Saka na lang po natin ilalagay or i-enclose yung ating sagot ng asterisk. Okay po? Sa pinakadulo na po ng hint na nilagay natin. So, we have here an example. H5P content may be edited using a asterisk browser. Or, may panibago siyang sagot, meron siyang gustong sagot or pangalawang sagot, sinasabi, web browser. Okay? After ng web browser, mapapansin po natin yung colon. Ayan. Then, yung hint na sinasabi po natin, something you use every day. So, after nung hint natin, saka lang po natin nilagyan ng closing asterisk. Okay po? So, try po natin. What is the largest planet in the solar system? That would be our first question. And then, ang sagot po natin, i-enclose po natin siya sa asterisk. So, ang sagot po ay Jupiter. Then, do not forget na enclose siya sa asterisk. So, overall feedback. So, we have here overall feedback. Now, kapag gusto po natin magkaroon ng feedback, just, ayan po, lagay niyo lang po yung feedback na gusto nyo. For example, great job. Excellent. Ayan po. Ayan. Add range lang po tayo. Ito, for example, okay, palitan po natin. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Ayan po. From here, for example, from 51 to 100, then we have another feedback. Good job. Then add range. For example, 70. Now, from 71% to 100%, excellent. Ayan po. Okay. So, kapag i-click po natin si distribute evenly, yung percentage, yung range rather, ng score will be distributed equally. So, ayan po. We have display options. Explain ko na po yun kanina. Then we have click, save, and display. Kapag may ganito po na mag-a-appear, are you sure you want to leave? You might lose any changes rather you've made on this page. Just click leave. Okay po. So, ayan po, maglo-load na po siya. Then, we have here our display. Fill in the missing words. So, ito po yung description natin kanina. Nag-appear po dito. Then, ito po yung naging title. Then, ito po yung instruction. yung task description, then we have our question. What is the largest planet in the solar system? So, let's say, for example, Jupiter. Ayan, try po natin sagutan. Kapag gusto po natin i-check yung tamang sagot, better luck next time nakalagay. Why? Please make sure, balik po tayo sa settings, dear teachers. Explain ko po doon. Okay, click po natin ang settings. Edit settings. Then, ilo-load ni Moodle ang ating page. Balik po tayo sa ating editing section. Kung mapapansin po natin, ang naging sagot po natin ay supposedly tama. But then, ang ating pong nilagay na sagot sa ating editing section, sa text field po natin, is nakakapitalized po yung ating first letter, which is J. So, ayan po. Now, ang hinihingi po kasing sagot ni Moodle ay yung exact answer. Doon po sa nilagay po natin doon, and na naka-enclose po sa asterisk. But then, pwede din po natin siyang baguhin. Bagbalang po natin, scroll down. Scroll down under po ng behavioral settings. We have here the behavioral settings. Click lang po natin para mag-expand yung mga information. So, first one is the enable retry. The second one, enable show solution button para makita po ng bata yung solution or yung tamang sagot after niyang sagutan yung mismong activity. Then we have the automatically check answers after input. So, hindi na po kailangan i-click yung check kanina. So, mag-automatic na po siyang i-check yung answer after mismong mag-encode ng bata sa pinaka-last question. Okay po? Then, the case sensitive. Uncheck lang po natin itong case sensitive, yung capitalization ng first letter ay ma-include sa tamang sagot. So, whether nakakapitalize yung first letter or hindi, so, itatama pa rin ni Moodle yung sagot. Okay po, let's try it. So, we have to save and display first. And then, ilo-load po ni Moodle ating sagot. Okay? Ay, yung page mismo. So, let's say for example, hindi ko pa rin ikakapitalize yung sagot. Then, check. Click check. Then, there you go. So, kung mapapansin po natin, itinama na ni Moodle yung sagot na Jupiter na hindi capitalized yung letter J or yung first letter ng ating sagot. Na kung mapapansin po ninyo kanina, ang nakalagay po dito sa ating feedback is better luck next time kasi po yun po yung nakalagay sa ating score range and feedback. Now, since nakuha natin lahat or naitama natin lahat, then yung naging sagot po natin ay, yung feedback na dinisplay ni Moodle ay excellent. Now, if we want to add more questions, just click edit settings. Hanapin lang po natin yung edit icon or settings icon. Click lang po natin, then click edit settings, then ibabalik po tayo ni Moodle doon sa editing section or edit section. Ayan po. So, antayin lang po natin mag-load, then there you go. Ayan po.
Good day, dear teachers of National Christian Life College and Maranatha Christian Academy. Welcome po sa another webinar episode regarding H5P, Interactive Content. Today, tuturo ko po sa inyo ang isang interactive content na dictation. But before anything else, kung di pa po kayo nakakapag-login sa inyong mga dashboard, I'll give you 3 minutes po para makapag-login po. And pwede din po muna kayong mag-CR, kumuha na inyong mga tubig or inyong mga pagkain.
Oh Diyos, dakila ka, higit sa lahat magpakailanman. Magpupuri sa'yo, walang humpay, walang hinto, ang lahat ng tao sa mundo. Sama-samang aawit sa'yo, sisigaw, Hallelujah! Sisigaw ng Hallelujah! Buong lakas na taglay ko sa kaluwalhatian mo, sisigaw ng Hallelujah! Pupurihin ang ngalan mo. O Diyos, dakila ka, higit sa lahat magpakailanman. Magpupuri sa'yo, walang humpay, walang hinto, ang lahat ng tao sa mundo. Sama-samang aawit sa'yo, sisigaw, Hallelujah! Sisigaw ng Hallelujah! Buong lakas na taglay ko sa kaluwalhatian mo, sisigaw ng Hallelujah! Pupurihin ang ngalan mo.
Okay, kung lahat po ay nakapag-login na po sa kanilang mga dashboard, proceed na po tayo sa discussion natin. Ano po ba itong dictation? Paano po ba natin ito magagamit? And ano po bang matutulong niya para sa ating mga pupils? Dictation can gauge the listening comprehension and spelling skills ng ating mga bata. So, for example, English ang itinuturo natin and meron tayong mga spelling words. Okay, itong interactive content na to para sa mga pa-spelling natin sa ating mga estudyante. Ngayon, ano po ba yung itsura ng dictation once na tapos na natin siyang gawin? So, ganito po yung magiging itsura niya. So, andito yung ating instructions sa pinakataas. And itong makikita natin na parang sound icon, ito yung kailangan nilang i-click para marinig nila yung kailangan nilang spell. So, once na i-click nila yan,
Spell the word
Grade. And dito sa space na katapat ng sound icon, dito na nila kailangan i-type yung spelling word na ating hinihingi. So, paano ba natin ito gawin? Pasok po muna tayo sa ating dashboard. Pagpasok po natin sa ating dashboard, huwag po nating kakalimutan to turn editing on dito po sa ating settings button sa upper right. Wait lang po natin mag-load. And habang tinuturo ko po sa inyo kung paano gawin itong interactive contents, sabay po kayo sa akin para mamaya po pag kayo na yung gagawa, familiar na po sa inyo and madali na lang po. So, proceed po tayo sa pinakababa para makapag-add po tayo ng ating activity. Okay. Click lang po natin dito sa add an activity and wait po natin mag-load. And click po natin yung H5P interactive content and then add. Okay. And then hanapin lang po natin yung interactive content na dictation. Then enter lang po tayo. Pagka-enter po natin sa interactive content na dictation, ito po yung ating makikita, ang description box, and then yung title block and task description. So, ito po yung parang ilalagay natin kung ano ba tong ipapagawa nating activity na to. So, lagay lang po natin. Kunyari, siya ay spelling. And then, kung ano po yung topic natin. For example, initial BL blends. So, lagay lang natin. So, task description kung paano yung ating instruction dun sa mga bata. Sulat lang po natin yung ating instruction para dun sa ating mga pupils. So, spell the words with initial BL blends. Okay? So, pwede pa natin siyang ayusin, igitna, and lakihan. Yan. Para kitang-kita nung mga estudyante natin. So, dito na po tayo sa sentences. So, dito sa sound sample, dito natin ilalagay yung ating mga ipapaspell or kailangan nilang marinig bago nila sagutan. Dito tayo maglalagay ng ating mga file. So, pag click natin yan, meron tayong tatlong option para dun sa audio file na ilalagay natin. So, pwede tayo mag-upload, pwede rin tayong kumuha ng link from YouTube, or pwede rin na dito mismo kayo mag-record ng inyong ipapa-spell sa bata o yung kailangan nilang mapakinggan. So, kailangan nyo lang ng tahimik na lugar, magandang microphone. Siguro okay na yung mga headset natin, yung mic ng headset natin. Basta malinaw lang yung ating mga pagsasalita. Pero ako kasi personally po, nung ginamit ko tong dictation na interactive content, nag-save ako sa computer ng aking mga pinapaspell sa kanila, and kung kunwari masyadong mahaba, masyadong madaming dead air, pwede pa nating i-cut muna yon, and then tsaka natin i-upload yung file. Make sure lang po na yung file na pag mag-upload tayo ay naka MP3 po siya. So, ganito po yung magiging tsura niya pag mag-upload tayo ng file. Punta lang tayo dun sa folder kung saan nakasave yung ating mga ipapaspell. Okay. Ayan. For example, yan na yung ating audio file. Pinili natin yung mag-upload tayo ng file. And kung gusto nyo naman, ito, normal speed lang to kung makikita natin. Sentence spoken in normal speed. So, kung paano nyo siya sinalita, ganun lang din siya mapapakinggan ng mga bata. Meron din tayong second option dito na sound sample slow. So, kapag naglagay tayo dito ng ating audio file, ay naka-slow-mo yung ating ni-record. So, pag pinakinggan ng ating mga pupils, naka-slow-mo siya and mas maiintindihan nila. So, dito sa text, dito natin nilalagay kung ano ba yung kailangan nilang i-type. Kunyari, doon sa pinapaspelling natin, kung ano ba yung spelling word na kailangan natin. So, lalagay lang natin dyan yung sagot. For example, ganyan. Blow. So, check natin palagi dito sa behavioral setting, dito sa pinakababa. Yung maximum tries, kung ilang beses ba kailangan pakinggan ng bata yung audio file na ating in-upload. Kung isa lang, kung dalawa, tatlo, apat, lima, ilalagay lang natin dyan. For example, 3. Etong unang box po ay para dun sa normal speed. And etong pangalawang box ay para naman dun sa slow speed. Kung kunwari nag-upload tayo ng naka-slow mo na audio, kung ilang beses nila pwedeng mapakinggan yon. Since wala naman po akong in-upload, so hindi natin yan papakilaman. Hindi natin yan lalagyan ng kung ilang tries ba. And then yan, yung value of typos, kung kunyari, diba, ang inilagay ko po dito sa text ay small letter B na blow. So, kung gaano ba niya i-consider yung mga typo ng bata, na for example, ang nilagay ng bata instead of small letter B ay big letter B, kung yun ba ay mali na agad or parang pwede pa siyang parang 50%, yan, dito po natin siya pwedeng baguhin. Kung 0%, kung parang kahit mali-mali, kung alternate ba na big letter, small letter yung ilagay nila, kung tama pa din yun o mali, yan. Then kung 100%, kung talagang strict tayo dun sa kung ano lang yung inilagay, na kung kunyari, naka-capital letter dapat yung una, na nakalagay, dapat ganun din yung itatype nila. Yan, dito po natin siya pwedeng i-customize. Okay. And then yan, kung gusto pa natin ng maulit nila, kung narin nagkamali ng spelling, kung pwede nilang ulitin. Ako, since spelling yung ating activity, dinedisable ko po yung pwede nilang i-retry yung kanilang spelling word. So, kung pwede po dito tayo mag-add pa ng ilan pa natin na ipapaspell sa kanila. Hanggang ilan po na kailangan natin. So, maglagay pa po tayo ng isa pa. Okay, file upload. Okay. Then, kung ano yung sagot na kailangan nila, insert lang natin. And then, same process lang po tayo. Kung ilang ulit po. Kung up to what number. 1 to 5 ba siya? 1 to 10. Yan lang po. Mag-upload lang po tayo ng files. Nalagay po natin kung anong tamang sagot. Kaya as much as possible po, yung file na, kung for example, nakasave sa ating mga computer, naka-rename na siya kung anong word yon. Kasi once na in-upload na natin, hindi na natin siya makikita ulit kung ano ba yung file na ating in-upload. Or hindi natin siya pwedeng pakinggan. Okay. Kasi once na, for example, clinic mo siya ulit, yan, mauulit po siya dun sa ganitong block. Kailangan natin mag-re-upload ulit. So, maganda po na once na sinave natin yung ating mga audio file, ay naka-rename na siya kung ano yung spelling word na ating hinihingi. Okay. So, once we're done, tapos nakakaayos na rin po dito yung ating mga behavioral settings. Save and save and display lang po tayo. Wait lang po natin mag-load. Okay. So, ito na po yung lalabas sa activity ng ating mga bata. So, pakinggan natin siya. Ayan. Pag tinapat po natin yung cursor natin dun sa sound icon, dito sa pinaka-left, yan, makikita po kung ilang tries pa pwedeng pakinggan ng bata yung audio natin. So, pakinggan natin siya.
Spell the word the.
Okay. So, naka-normal speed lang siya.
Spell the word the.
Pag naubos ng bata yung tries, kung ilang
Spell the word
beses nila pwedeng ulitin yung audio file. Yan, instead of naka-blue siya, gray na siya, and hindi na siya pwedeng pindutin ulit nung ating mga estudyante. And dito, itatype lang nila yung kanilang answer. Dahil alam na po natin kung paano po natin gawin itong interactive content na to, bibigyan ko po kayo ng 10 minutes para makagawa po kayo ng sarili nyong activity sa dictation. Kahit mga 3 examples lang po para matry nyo lang po ito.
Magpupuri sa'yo, wala
Kung tapos na po kayo sa paggawa ng interactive content dito po sa dictation, paki-screenshot lamang po and paki-send sa ating comment box and please indicate kung anong chapter po kayo. Thank you for listening in this webinar episode. Sana po ay may natutunan po kayo and makatulong para po sa inyong mga subject.